Good evening, folks, and welcome to Dice&Decks presents Session 9 of its live meet and greet, the What's Coming Down the Pipeline edition. Joining us tonight, we have Joe, our co-host and master griller, and Dan, as well as Cody and Alan. We'll give them all a chance to say hi here in just a little bit. And of course, we need to get things started in here with regards to discussing a few changes with the channel. As you may have noticed, we're not broadcasting every night. Joe and I will discuss that here in just a moment. I'll have him come on and confirm our schedule. We've got some things that we're going to be doing. So, Joe, if you want to jump in here real quick, I could use your hand and your calendar there.
Thanks for letting me know ahead of time, because I'm going to bring it up right now.
Absolutely. I was trying to talk slow for you.
Second.
Yep. So while he's getting that ready, you may have noticed that we updated our logo. Starting to look a little more legit, a little more professional. Shout out to Mike for doing that for us. Mike, you know who you are, sir. Thank you. We've also got the Twitch channel up and ready. Going to be testing a few things on that this weekend. We'll be moving over to Twitch starting on Monday night with our first live Twitch broadcast of our gameplay for Session 2 of the Frigid Wastes. This one won't get cut off, I promise. Also, on Tuesday night, I believe, Joe will confirm that in just a moment, we're going to be going live with our first Dice&Decks Presents Meet and Greet on Twitch, so we can involve our chat as well as our participants on the call. And Joe, if you want to go ahead and take over, let them know what the schedule is.
All right, so far, Brent and I have discussed a lot of the options as far as what our real life responsibilities are, as well as trying to do what we can for the channel. So Saturday, we are going to attempt to do a Hangout broadcast starting at 8:30. Usually our broadcasts are going to last somewhere between 3 and 4 hours if we can. Depends a little bit on how things go and what kind of conversations we're having. So Saturday nights, starting at 8:30, we're going to go ahead and do our Hangouts broadcast. Next, we move to Sundays. Sundays are our real life home, or I call it home campaign, and that's between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Those will be recorded, as of right now, recorded and then uploaded at some point, either Monday, Tuesday. There is some potential where that may be live broadcast, as long as everybody agrees to that kind of thing, so we're still working on that. Then we move to Monday. Right now, Monday is our continuation of the one-shots Frigid Wastes. That's starting at 8:30 p.m., and this is all Central Standard Time. Sorry, I should have said that to begin with. Central Standard Time, one-shots Frigid Wastes on Mondays, starting at 8:30, and those will run about 4 hours. And then again, make sure that we are trying to do the Twitch and then uploads as well as needed. Then we move to Tuesday. Tuesday again is a Hangouts broadcast like we're doing tonight. Tuesday is starting at 8:30 until, again, 3 to 4 hours, 8:30 Central Standard Time. So all of those two Hangout broadcasts, anybody who's willing to jump in, hang out, like we have Alan and Cody and Dan, feel free to just log in and say, hey, how things are going. Say hi, stop by, give questions, give comments, all that kind of good stuff. So go ahead and do that for us. And then the other opportunity that we have is on Thursdays. Thursdays we have a set aside for special events, whether it's special guests, interviews that we do with special guests, or even special gaming sessions. Again, everything just pretty much starting at 8:30 on Thursdays each week. That one's kind of up in the air because we're not really sure exactly how that's going to work out. Some weeks we might have a special guest, some weeks we might not. But that's kind of our game plan schedule as of right now. And just kind of go from there. I know that Brennan is open Tuesdays and Saturdays for other stuff possibly during the day, but we do have the evenings set aside for the Hangout broadcasts. So there is a potential for some either gameplay or other content uploaded on those days, but at least our live broadcasts like we're doing tonight are set for Saturdays and Tuesdays. So definitely check those out and be prepared for all that content coming up on our channels everywhere. We got the Twitch and coming up, and then we have obviously the YouTube channel like we're doing right now, and just kind of keep an eye out for things. So that's what we got going on the calendar.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Joe. So basically, this will be our last Friday night casual session. Looks like we're going to be moving it to Saturdays. So keep an eye out for that, as Joe already said. And now, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Joe quite quickly. And he's going to get our grill fired up here, and he's going to ask these newbies some questions. Take it away, Grill Master.
So getting the grill started up, as everybody knows, you start on one side of the grill and you move from one side to the other, and that's just kind of how it works to make sure that. Hello, Andrew.
Good evening.
I'm just gonna let you jump in on our call tonight and just say how are things going.
Good. I just saw you had posted it, and I was in a hangout last night from the One Shot group. Just nice to sit there and chat, and wanted to see how you guys are doing.
Well, Andrew, we're just getting started on our call tonight and our hangouts, and we're doing a grill session. So if you don't mind being a part of our grilling, we just kind of go left to right and just ask a bunch of questions to kind of break the ice and see who's on our call tonight.
So I got to jump in
Cool.
here.
Well,
First
yeah,
of
I'll
all.
just listen in. I'm only got about like 15 minutes before I have to go do something else. I thought, hey, let's take a look at Dice&Decks.
Awesome. So first of all, for those of you who aren't familiar, Andrew is the gentleman who runs Dawn Forged Cast.
I think he's
He's got a lot of. Am I muted?
No, I am muted.
No, you should be good. You guys are coming through fine.
We're good? Okay. So for those of you who don't know, Andrew runs Dawn Forged Cast, and I just want to say that I'm a big fan of his content as well. I know we had some people in the chat already saying that, so we're glad to have him stop in here. If you guys don't mind too much, since he only has 15 minutes, I'd like to explain to Andrew kind of what's going on.
Oh, everybody's muting everybody else. That's a good time.
I just
I'd like to
can't hear
have
him.
Andrew.
Wonder if it's just me.
You can't hear me, Andrew? Can everyone else hear me?
Yep. Andrew, if you're good, I can go ahead and just go ahead and get started. So, Andrew, Brennan just said since you've only got the 15 minutes to work with what we got going on, if you wouldn't mind just like going through the girl session like everybody else, I can just go ahead and get you started with that if you're cool with it.
Sure, whatever it is.
All right. So it's four easy questions, but they get a little bit more difficult as you go. Obviously, you go through the grilling, you get seasoned up a little bit, and you get cooked down. So we're just gonna go ahead and get started with it. So the first question is, Andrew, for you, what got you into D&D or tabletop gaming?
I was 13, and my father was attending seminary in northeastern Pennsylvania to become a priest. And I had various experiences with video game RPGs, but it wasn't until a seminarian who is today a priest invited me after church on Sunday. Said, "Hey, you like fantasy games? I want to show you something." And we played Keep on the Borderlands, and I remember we started at 12, and I don't think I looked up or could tell anything time passing until it was 8 o'clock. And I knew then that I was sold and would want to play this for a very long time to come.
Awesome. And that's, I think there's sort of that thing where everybody's in that stage of learning and exploring and wanting to figure out what they can do in this. I mean, that's where everybody's kind of at with that kind of thing, which is cool. So the next question we have on our grill session, and to get you ripened a little bit more, is do you consider yourself a DM, a player, or a content provider, or any or all of the above? And Andrew, that one's for you as well.
Me again. Okay. All of the above, I would say. I like doing all of it. I think it's fun to be a player sometimes and then be a game master, and the whole time you're thinking of different things to do, and uh, all of them, absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah, Andrew, we know that you only got limited time, so we're just gonna go ahead and get you grilled up and seasoned, so we can come back and have some other fun with you. So, if you don't mind, just
Oh,
just going through them real quick.
yeah, this doesn't have to count. I know you'd messaged me about setting up something. This doesn't have to count for that. This is just, hey, how
No,
you
and I
doing?
appreciate that. But as being the grill master, when I have the opportunity, I'm just gonna lay you out there on the fryer. So I'm just gonna kind of go for it.
Sounds delicious.
Excellent. So the third question we have for you, Andrew, is, and I know you're gonna have a lot to choose from, but what is your best experience in role playing or tabletop gaming? Just something memorable that you'd be willing to share with our viewers and just kind of have out there for us.
Hmm. Oh yes, there's a lot to choose from. I would say most recently, not a single event, but kind of a series of events playing one-on-one sessions. That's something I hadn't really done too much of, and lately I've been playing with some of my viewers, just enhancing their characters, and with my wife. And every kind of game that I've played with her, especially more recently, has really been and felt just so great. That it felt significant and immersive, and just doing that with her was really rewarding. So, uh, again, there's tons to choose from, but I would say really playing D&D just me and my wife has to be pretty high up there.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that one? Do you mind? Is that
Sure.
something that you feel like you're sharing something that you're passionate about with somebody else that you want to have in your life, kind of thing? Is that where that comes from, or is it something else that stems from that?
It's in part that we were dating about 3 months when I decided, for various relationships, I decided this one I'm just going to be myself, and myself is a gamer. So she had never done anything like that, and we did Pathfinder Basics and taught her that and shared the love of that. And she's not there. I mean, that's totally fine, but she's embraced it a little bit. And one of the things I just love the most is teaching and sharing that with other people and seeing them kind of grow. That's really rewarding.
Yeah, I've my family is a whole bunch of teachers, so as far as my parents and grandparents and kind of stuff. So for me, being able to share and teach and uh, experience those baby steps with people for me is also really huge. Not even just in D&D, but also just in other things in life experiences and stuff. I really appreciate that kind of thing too. So I'm on the same page with you on that one. That's awesome.
Andrew,
Uh,
can you hear me now? Awesome. I'm gonna shut up now, Joe. Continue grilling.
All right, we got one last one for you, Andrew, and this one's a bit more philosophical, so hopefully you don't mind that. The question we have here is, why do you game?
Hmm. Interesting. Well, I would say the it's multifaceted. Of course, it's fun and it's enjoyable, but I think it's fun and enjoyable because it provides a challenge in my life um, that I probably wouldn't have. I would say my life is fairly easy, at least first world problems kind of thing, and to be really pushed and challenged is something that I find very rewarding. I game because I enjoy it, but I also because it's fulfilling. It's an exercise, a stretching of myself. I had a life path to stay philosophical that I was hoping to go on when I was younger, and that was taken from me. And I think since then I've really was going to be in the military, being a Marine, and that didn't work out. And I think I always played games, but I think more than that, the games are kind of a way to be a hero in a way that I couldn't be otherwise. So it's many aspects, but that's probably one of them too.
Awesome. I really appreciate you spending time with us and answering those questions. It's really cool for us to have you on here. I really can't say too much other than that. Just thank you.
Sure. Is this just get folks in and just chat about this stuff? And nice.
Yeah, basically what we do, Andrew, is I'm surveying, by the way. I'm the gentleman who reached out to you. Thanks very much for joining us this evening. I know you got to run real quick, but essentially what we do on the channel is we get fans of what we do, what we all love. You know, I know I've watched your stuff. I know that you're into this. You wouldn't put in the time and the effort that you do. You wouldn't have as many videos up as you do, and people wouldn't watch what we do, what you do, you know, if they weren't into it too. So we're engaging the community. We're having the fans talk. We're having the content providers talk. You know, we're having the DMs and GMs and the players talk because we all want to game. We all enjoy it, and we just want to talk about what we love and do what we love. We'll be doing gaming. You know, we'll be doing other aspects of having the channel as well. You know, like the advice and our perspective on things and whatnot. You know, so this is just our main part of our channel. This is what we wanted to do that we knew we didn't feel was out there in terms of a publicly accessible format. You know, so I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that our fans enjoy it, and you know, we hope to keep having the conversation going. Now, I want to congratulate you, and I know Joe is a huge fan, just as much as I am. I want to congratulate you on passing the grilling. You are a perfectly cooked. Have we come up with a term for that yet, or just a perfectly cooked steak? I guess I don't know, but
Not
anyways,
so much a term, but definitely the fact that he's allowed to come back and join us on the grilling sessions. You know, anything
absolutely.
past that, you know, we'll let you back on at this point. So I appreciate that.
The other reward of membership is that you get to ask us questions as well. So I don't know how much time you got left before you get a jet, but if you want to ask us a question or you want to just pose something, you know, to us, the floor is yours, sir, and welcome to the channel.
Thank you. I was nothing immediately did I come in with ready to go and ask, but let's see. I always like this. What's your favorite class and race to play? What? No. I mean, that's too specific. What type of character do you just fall into and can always just turn it on effortlessly? Are they the leader, the buffoon, the calculating guy, the dashing rogue? What is the easiest hat for you to put on?
Sure, and we like to give it back to our fans and, you know, our co-people on the channel here. So with that, Joe, you're the master of ceremonies. Why don't you go ahead and pick a member to answer Andrew's question first?
I see Alan went BRB, so Cody, left to right, actually, you are first up on that. What is your easiest hat to put on when you're role playing?
Well, if I'm going to keep it to a overviewing thing, whenever I play in a game, I'm always a support. You know, I'm either a healer or someone who uses their skills and talents or class abilities in a roundabout way to kind of bring up everyone else, whether it be, you know, buffing them or, you know, kind of changing the battlefield for everything. And that's for me. I can't really hog the spotlight. I'm not much of a spotlight person.
All right, that's cool. Dan, you're actually up next, left to right. Do you have anything? I know you're learning this stuff and you're kind of getting into this. What would be the easiest hat for you to put on, you think?
Honestly, I've always been the brute strength, you know, the bash and whacker. But I mean, I've done everything, honestly.
Cool. So we got the support and we got the melee fighter, the brute force. Brennan, actually, left to right, you're next for me on that one. So why don't you go for it?
All right. It's been a really long time since I've gotten to play. As a DM, I do run some DMPCs time and again, especially when I'm running with newer players, just to kind of be the party leader role. So I guess in terms of a role assignment, any class that would do well to be a party leader. My favorite thing to kick on is essentially, I guess, more charismatic individuals. I'm pretty good at engaging people in conversation. You might have guessed that with what we do here, but basically, bards, druids who kind of go crazy in the wilds by themselves. So once they meet up with people, they like talk their ear off and that kind of thing. But yeah, I really enjoy a charismatic character first and foremost, and my favorite class is druid. I know you didn't ask that, but that's kind of my answer. Go ahead, Joe.
Cool. Owen, I know that you just stepped in this. You've been on our calls a lot. This question was posted by Andrew. So Owen, I'm gonna ask you. His question is, what is the easiest hat for you to put on? The class that you find the easiest to kind of jump into as a role. So Owen, why don't you go ahead and take that one?
I'm gonna go ahead and say Bard, which is my current PQ that I'm playing right now. Kind of because I mean, like, kind of in the same way that Brennan was saying that he likes high charisma characters. And as a Bard, I think it's awesome to be able to combine high charisma with also wit and like sarcasm and joke. It's kind of fun to use. I don't know. There's a lot of conversation in D&D can oftentimes be so straightforward, even though you're using certain phrases and certain kinds of mechanics of the games to get what you want. You can also use a lot of different other types of your personality you might not usually think of so much, like making jokes or insulting someone, or making someone think something is true when it's really not true. And I like to kind of delve into that side of role playing. And in terms of, I like to play support roles in combat as well. And as a bard, it leaves a lot of room for creativity in combat, and I think that's what makes the game for me, is when people do that, when you get to mix it up like that. So that's my favorite role.
Cool. I see you got a new camera setup too, so I appreciate that as well. So Pei, you're up next. I know you got a mic working for you. Do you have an answer for what's the easiest class for you to jump into? Oh, Pei, I can't hear you. No, I don't have any mic feed, unfortunately. Sorry, Pei. Just keep working on that. I'm gonna actually skip over to Alan. I know Alan, you went BRB. Are you back, ready to go?
Yeah, I'm
The
back.
question is, all right. So the question is, what is the easiest role for you to jump into? What do you find the easiest hat to put on when you're role playing?
I always like playing the paladins or clerics. I've always just been drawn towards the more lawful good style of play. I really like medieval, like knights and whatnot, and the sword and shield and heavy armor type characters. And also, I've always liked playing like I said, the lawful good characters. And the paladin just seems to fit me like a glove. My personality in real life kind of comes closest to a paladin out of all the other classes, so I kind of just feel drawn to that when I'm role playing. It's just really easy for me to get into and really easy for me to understand where the character would be coming from. I'm a highly religious individual in my own life, so I find it pretty easy to play characters that are like that. And also, I just like playing the good guy over the selfish character or the evil character, and I find paladins kind of emphasize on being the good guy above most of the other classes.
Nice, awesome. I like it when you can incorporate some of that real life stuff into the characters you're playing, so you can make that stuff more believable. Add just a little bit of a spin to it. I think that's really cool. Butterbean, I know you've joined mid question. Do you have a mic there? Are you able to answer a question? Have you caught most of that, or what we're asking for you? I don't know. Maybe he's not there behind the mic.
He might have gone AFK for a moment. So is that
Yeah.
everyone that answered Andrew's question?
Everybody but me. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in on that one.
Oh, Joe, you don't need to answer it, do you?
Well, I can skip over, I guess. No big deal. No.
Why don't you go ahead and answer it? I'm just going with you.
So I guess my easiest class for me to jump into is somebody who is calculating. I played a rogue and I played a ranger and a cleric, who they both plan things out. The ranger was really big into tech type things and would build some of the technomancer type items and really trying to use that to his advantage in combat and just kind of calculate the battle scene. And now the cleric that I'm playing, being a little bit more evil, is trying to lay webs and traps for people to fall into so he can control them. So somebody who can think ahead a little bit and kind of calculate what the odds are going to be. That's kind of what I've gravitated towards, and I feel like the range that I played at least had that built into his class, how he can kind of sit back and survey the scene. And the cleric, although is different, he takes a more active role in that scheming and the planning, and he kind of just sets things up and says, "Oh, look at me! I'm going to do these things, and then follow me, and I'm going to lead you to. Oh, wait, everybody's dying. That's cool. I'm okay with that too." So that's kind of the way I've been doing that stuff. But yeah, definitely the schemer and the planner is what I've gravitated towards the easiest. So that's my answer on that one, Andrew.
I'm going to turn the floor back over to Andrew. I know he's got maybe a few minutes left or not, but what we like to do before you have to leave, I'd like to make sure you have time to do any shout-outs that you'd like to do, sir. So if you have any other questions you want to ask us or anything you'd like to know just in general, you can do that. Otherwise, if you want to do your shout-outs, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, yeah, I just have about one more minute or so. So, shout outs. Shout out Dice&Decks. I mean, this is fun. So I look forward to seeing it some more often and see if I can hop into this. I'm on Dawn Forge Cast and we're having a lot of fun. So feel free to come on and join in that as well.
Absolutely. We'll be going on Twitch for the first time ourselves on Monday night for our first gaming session. You weren't on the first part of the call when I was saying all that, so I'll just kind of recap for your benefit. We'll also be on Tuesday night with this again, and I think we're going to have a regular schedule because our first week on was kind of like a ramp-up week. We wanted to meet and greet a bunch of people, have everyone join the conversation and get to know us, and we basically fell asleep at the keyboard. I'm sure you know what that is like. But anyhow, Tuesday, Joe, go ahead and read the calendar again if you don't mind.
Tuesday, 8:30 is definitely going to 8:30 until 11:30 or so is going to be our hangout sessions, and then we move to Saturday is also our hangout sessions. Sunday night, Brendan and I have our home sessions, so we actually do a recording of the home session campaign that we're working on, and that's between 6 and 10, and we'll upload those videos as we go. There's a potential that we may actually broadcast that live at some point, but we just got to make sure that everybody else is cool with it. Monday nights, starting at 8:30 p.m., and all this is Central Standard Time, 8:30 is going to be our one-shots group. Andrew, obviously, if you're interested in any of that, just let us know, and we can go ahead and get you in on some of that if you want. And then anything outside of that, we do have the possibility of Thursdays going to be a sort of a special events, whether we do either special interviews or maybe another one-shot setting. We can go ahead and do that as well. So as of right now, it's Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night, and Tuesday night. So that's what we got going so far, and then the possibilities of Thursday. So.
All right, I just want to say one last shout out to Andrew Armstrong for jumping in here. Don Forgecast himself was not expecting the drop in. I have been conversing with him about a few things, and he's been gracious enough to hear us out. So, Andrew, thank you kindly, sir. If you're not familiar with Andrew and you're familiar with us somehow, check out his stuff. He does great work. If you like us, I'm sure you'll love him. Just thank you so much, honestly, for stopping in tonight. Huge fans. Love your content.
Sure, my pleasure. Let's do it again. And wish you all a great evening and with your chat, and happy gaming, everybody.
I was just going to say, make sure you say your tagline, man. You can't leave without that. Have a good night, Andrew. Thanks for dropping in.
Thanks,
Bye.
Andrew.
That shit was crazy.
Absolutely. I love that guy's stuff. I mean, he's such a down-to-earth individual. I've been watching him for a long time. You know, I've been conversing with him through Facebook messages, and just trying to get a conversation going. And to say that him stopping by was, a surprise and completely unexpected is an understatement. Ty, welcome to the call, man. I know we had some people jump in and bounce out. Alan, we're going to get to you and Cody next. Dan, you're on the grill soon. Ty, anything you want to say real quick? Were you watching us on YouTube during that, or what brought you into that?
A little bit, yeah. I'd been watching for about 10, 15 minutes. I was kind of having some technical issues where I'd probably popped in earlier. But I can't leave you and Joe alone for like a couple of days, man. And, you guys are adding stuff and changing stuff and going big time on me and everything.
Hey, you wait. We got stuff coming down the pipeline. There's a reason I called this the What's Coming Down the Pipeline edition. And if you don't believe that, you stay tuned. We got stuff.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm already surprised. I heard part of the schedule, and I had a special guest tonight, which unfortunately I missed. But they've got a good channel over there at Dawn Forged Cast, though.
Absolutely. So Joe, you still got that grill going? I mean, that was a lot of steak on there. How are your nerves there, Grill Master? You doing good?
I think I need to have a whole new layer of charcoal put on for that, so we might have to wait a couple minutes.
All right. Well, you know what? That's not how we roll here. We're live. We keep this going, and we roll with the punches.
No, I'm okay with it.
So dump some of that old charcoal on there if you need to. We'll get you someone to run over a new bag. Who do you want to grill next?
Well, I just do the left to right. I mean, keeps it simple for me. Screw initiative. I'm just gonna go left to right. So we got Alan. I know we gave you a little bit of heads up on what we're doing tonight. You're gonna be back on that grill though. So Alan, I'm gonna go ahead and start with you, and then I'm gonna go to Cody and then Dan. These questions are tough. You just got to get through the fire. Alan, the question is, what got you into D&D or tabletop gaming?
Well, I got into tabletop gaming. I must have been around 12, maybe 11. My cousin, who was a good 4 years older than me at the time, roughly, I think about 4 years older, he had always been a fan of fantasy RPG games. He grew up playing a bunch of video games, and also his dad and some of his dad's friends knew about fantasy RPG, and I think even one of his uncles knew a little bit about it, and he heard their stories of Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. So one time he got me and his sister and sat us down and made a homebrew game without any books or anything, which honestly it fell apart pretty quickly. But ever since then, we had always made it a point we really wanted to get some real books, and we had just been running homebrew campaigns without any real rules for the longest time until we finally got our first D&D book when I was about 16, and then that moment forward, we had just been completely consumed by RPGs. We've moved to War of Darkness, Call of Cthulhu, Dungeons and Dragons, and we always on the lookout for a new RPG to try, and we play it whenever we can get the chance to get everybody together.
Nice. Alrighty. So Cody, you're up on that question. What got you into D&D or tabletop gaming? Go for it.
Well, trying to keep this as short as possible. I didn't even know that Dungeons and Dragons was still a thing until I was in 9th grade. I actually didn't know it still existed. And before 9th grade, the only D&D that I was ever shown or whatever was on Dexter's Laboratory when Dexter was doing game mastering or whatever of some generic version of it, and I thought, oh, that's kind of cute, whatever. And but after that, during sweeps week for clubs in 9th grade, they had a Dungeons and Dragons booth, set up, which was probably the most cool thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, you saw the band, orchestra, choir, all that stuff, and then all of a sudden you see a poster with a dragon on it, and you're like, what the heck's this thing? So I went over, and I was, told, yeah, Dungeons and Dragons is still a thing, and I was like, oh, well, that's cool. I love fantasy stuff. I've read so many fantasy books. It's not even funny. So from then on, I basically went up the ranks from 9th grade as just a player to 10th grade when I started GMing and kind of ran with it. And I eventually became the president of the club before my graduation. So that's how I got introduced.
Awesome, thank you. That's cool. I like the evolution stories. That's awesome. So Dan, you're up on that girl next. D&D tabletop game, and what got you into that?
Honestly, I'm completely new to it all. Joe mentioned it to me a few weeks ago, and I was like, sure, I'll give it a try, see how it is. I haven't done it yet, but I'm trying to set that up with him sometime here.
So let me reword it a little bit. What interests you about D&D tabletop gaming? So since you're being new, you have this peak of interest. Well, why don't you answer that question?
I mean, I've always been into role playing. I've been online role playing for probably almost 20 years now. That's. I mean, role playing's always been something I've enjoyed. Something new, D&D tabletop thing, that would be that interests me just because of the fact that it's something that I enjoy doing. I enjoy making characters and following them through.
Cool. Just so you know, if you have enough characters die, you'll be making a lot of characters. So depending on what you're playing with us, you may just be able to make a new character every week. We'll just kind of see how that goes.
I can bust out the hard drive.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
We recommend building probably about 10 characters in advance.
For the first week only. And then 10 the next week, and 10 the next week, and just continue from there. Alright, so we're going to go back all the way over to the left. Why don't we go ahead with Alan. Next question we got for you is, do you consider yourself a DM, a player, a content provider, or any or all of the above?
I think I'm a little of all. Probably DM, then provider, then player. I'm the primary DM for my group, but sometimes one of my players get hit with the inspiration stick and decide they want to run a game or two. But more often than not, I'm left running, and I also have my own YouTube channel that I put up a little over 40 videos on now. But I've always kind of been passionate about DMing, so I'm more than happy to be my group's primary DM, though. But playing is fun from time to time.
Nice. I'm just going to give you the chance here. Why don't you go ahead and give a shout-out, little promotional option for what's your YouTube channel?
Dungeon Master Blowbuzz the name. It's a little weird name, but there's a whole story behind that I won't get into here. But it's just about trying to give out tips to new players and DMs so they don't have to hit the same road bumps I did. And also, I have a couple of videos out about some of my favorite adventures I've ran or been a part of to help people along if they're having a little trouble adding some spice to their campaigns.
Cool. Awesome. We'll definitely check it out. So, Cody, you're up next on that one. The same question is posed to you. Do you consider yourself a DM, a player, or a content provider, or any of all of the above?
I've gone about 8 to years now, mostly being a forever GM. That's a long, bumpy road of why, but after my 9th grade year, I pretty much just went straight into GMing and haven't been able to really play any real long length of time. So I consider myself a game master, first and foremost. and I'm trying to get into content providing, but I'm not super. I'm an ideas guy. I'm not much of a sit there, type it out, and then get it down. So it's been kind of a struggle. So I would just say game master mostly.
Awesome. All right. Dan, so still being new to it, I'm still going to ask you that question, though. What do you consider yourself? DM, player, content provider, or all of the above, that kind of thing? Go for it.
I guess I would say player, seeing as how I haven't really done anything with the tabletop games yet. I mean, online versions, I've started it, ran it, but yeah, tabletop, just a player.
That's cool, though. I mean, you got a lot to learn, but I appreciate you stepping in, and hopefully we can educate you on some things and get you going even more of that. For me personally, once you start doing the content provider stuff, that really is when you start getting to know the characters and really feeling like you've got a handle on what's going on, and that also then leads into the DMing thing. So if you get going on that stuff, the rest of the stuff is just kind of follows along with it. So that's my experience with it. Alan, we're gonna go back all the way to the left, and you're gonna get that first question on this one of best experience in role-playing or tabletop gaming, something memorable, whether it happened to you or something you were part of at the table, something you'd be willing to share with us. Why don't you go ahead?
That's a very interesting question. Probably the best time I've ever had around the table was a homebrew game. We used a makeshift rule system that we kind of made up just for that little. It only ran a few sessions long, but particularly there was one session. It was based off of the video game called Silent Hill, if anybody's familiar with that series. And we kind of homebrewed it a little bit, changed up some of the lore and whatnot. And one of my favorite moments was my players. I was the DM. My players were in an interrogation room, and there was a special agent. They didn't really know what organization he belonged to, but one of the players ended up pulling a gun on him, and then at the time a bunch of laser dots came through one side a window where they couldn't see. It was pretty foggy on the other side, and the player, he really hates backing down from a challenge, but he knew he was going to get just holes torn into him. And then whenever he put his gun down and the guy walked out and they left the room, it was just a whole bunch of laser pointers set up, and there was really nobody out there. And his reaction to that was probably the most priceless thing I've ever seen in my whole time of DMing. So yeah, I'd have to say that was probably my favorite time I've ever had around the tabletop.
Awesome. That sounds amazing. That's cool. All right, so Cody, you're up on that one. Memorable experience role-playing tabletop gaming. Why don't you go ahead?
When it comes to memorable events, since I haven't played very often, I guess it boils down to some of my favorite sessions that I ran. And, I have a lot of different sessions to choose from since I've been doing this for 8 years. But one of my favorites was when I was actually running for a group of women around my age, and they wanted to, play a Charlie's Angels kind of feel, for their game. So what I had made was they were a group of female adventurers whose, they had their own Charlie, basically, who would speak to them just very infrequently about what they wanted to do. And so their mission was to infiltrate a crime lord's, personal mansion and service and stuff like that. And we had a ninja, a barbarian, and a bard, I believe it was. And they each took on different roles within his sphere of influence. One became his prized pit fighter. The other one became his consort, And the other one became a entertainer, basically like a dancer, except she was a flutes, like wind instruments. And they created a plan after a couple sessions of gathering information, kind of doing the whole espionage thing. And the consort, the actual one that was seducing him and whatnot, was the ninja. So what would happen was when the night was perfect to strike or whatever, she snuck out after the bard had lullabied him, put him to sleep magically, and the barbarian kind of went out of their quarters to take out the guards, and it was this whole big thing, and they got enough proof to put him away. But as a extra objective, the bard found out that there was an entire alcohol cellar that, in the setting, this particular alcohol had very, very flammable properties, and he also had brewing stuff down there. So not only did they make sure that he would be in jail for the longest period of time, they took down his entire mansion and whatnot in one of those exploding glory things, walking away from a fire. And that was the end of a 6-session run. Probably one of the coolest things I've ever ran.
Nice. I like that. Was it the TV movie feel? How you have that stuff going on. That's really cool. I always enjoy that kind of thing. All right, Dan, you're gonna be last on this list for experience. And again, tabletop is a little new to you, but you still got role playing. You said you've been doing that for a while. So, this experience, something you'd be willing to share for us on that one. So go ahead.
I guess actually it's probably the one that I sent a character design to. I can't remember how to say his name. Brennan, I guess, and he a character along with some of the others that were in it. We did that for almost 2 years. That storyline. I mean, it started from honestly birth to basically the death of my character. It took just the friendship that I built off of it and everything was the best part of it, honestly.
So your role playing sounds like you've been doing just a lot of the social role playing. So is that something that you feel like you build that stuff around and you can connect with the characters that way? Is that what is that something you appreciate as far as what the role playing and some of that tabletop stuff is going to give you?
Yeah, I honestly think that I don't know. I always get into everything. I mean, I read a book and I get into a character just the same way.
No, but that's the whole idea, isn't it? I mean, that's why you do the role playing thing. So that's really cool. The fact that you can appreciate what the author is giving you or what the scene is giving you. That's really cool. I mean, that's why we do this thing. I mean, that's why we have fun with it. All right, so we got one last question for you guys. We're gonna go back over to Alan. Last question for you again. Feel free to do the philosophical thing with it. Question is, why do you game? Go ahead.
Well, obviously, it's fun. That's one of the most obvious reasons, but I have always had a great passion for storytelling and creating stories, and I love building connections between the players and the world and the NPCs and each other. And I always love the emotions that I can invoke as a GM in my players. And some of the most satisfying things about playing tabletop is when I can hear them talking. Literally now I have a particular NPC that stuck with them all the way to this day. I think 2.5, almost 3 years later, they still talk about that NPC that they grew so attached to. It's not about, for me, it's not about how well the combat goes or how high level the players get, but the experiences we share inside the game and around the table. And it's just really fun experience to have, and just sit down with my friends and family and just have something we can all connect at, and give me a chance to spin my stories, have an outlet for my inspiration and outlet for my passion. And that's probably the major reason why I enjoy tabletop so much.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. And we're going to go over to Cody, left to right, so you're up on that one. Why is it that you game?
Well, I game for a lot of different reasons, but to keep it short and sweet, I like to game because I find that I personally have not ever found worlds that I like in fiction, media, stuff like that. I've never really had strong connections to other people's works like Dragonlance or Forgotten Realms or you name the setting. I've never really been attached. So I actually found one of my favorite hobbies through gaming, which is world building. I love sociology and psychology and developing cultures from the ground up, creating entire worlds, how their economy works, how their magics work, things like that. And I love being able to show players that, and not only to show them, but to have them have an impact on the setting that I've created is just wonderful. To set up something like my story from my last question and have the players have fun and actually introduce new lore into the setting, is just it's the best of both worlds. And I also feel that when I run games, I feel like I bring something to the table that other GMs don't. When it comes down to how many people nowadays do things like Pathfinder Society or, these more structured games because that's the best way to find players, I'm just glad that I can find the coal mines that I can turn into diamonds and, these stories that stick with them for as long as they can remember. And just hearing when players say, that was a great game, thanks for running, it makes all that time and effort worthwhile.
Cool. So I just have a real quick question. So the fact that you just enjoy being able to build your worlds and to express yourself in several different mediums, the more places you have the ability to do that, would you then venture off into those mediums and say, hey, I can build this world in a book setting, or I can build this world in a video setting? Would you be cool with that kind of thing? The more places you can find to do that?
Yeah, actually, I'm currently using the setting that I'm creating for my own novels. I'm going to start writing soon, and the players of my games are actually going to help me solidify the cultures and the laws and the regulations, and kind of help me develop some history, some substance to the settings. So, I may not use their characters, obviously, because of, lots of reasons. But, just from them, just from me getting that drive to make an inn and stat out the NPCs or whatever, I could use that for my writing. I can make screenplays about my world. I could do all sorts of things. And I also love to find other people who are near the same level, like artists or writers or things like that, to say, hey guys, I'm new, you're new, let's do something, let's network. I actually recently got involved with one of my favorite artists. I might be able to drop his name in a while, Nish, but we have created a bunch of new races, and he's creating maps and stuff for me and in general, and I would love to extend that to any and all people who want that. And yes, I would definitely love to go into different medias. I'm just now getting serious about that sort of content providing, as I said earlier. So
cool. I know Brennan's big on the multimedia formats. So, Brennan, I'm sure you got a couple follow-ups or something to say on this one, so go ahead.
I absolutely do. So as I promised you guys, we have some things we're going to be doing here on the channel. Starting Monday night on Twitch, we're going to be revealing to the world that we have been named the official players channel for a new way to play tabletop gaming. You want to know what that is? Watch us on Twitch Monday night. Join our Facebook group. We've got some stuff. It's going to be huge. I think everyone's going to really like it. And let's just say that it's a new medium. It's going to be a game changer. We worked out the terms of it. We're going to be doing a giveaway on the channel related to it on Tuesday night. So if you tune in Monday on Twitch and you watch us play in our one-shot session, and you post on there that you watched our videos, that you like us, and you want to join our group, we're going to be doing a giveaway for what we're playing with. The new medium, we have a free access key that I'll be posting the details on to this program to one of our lucky watchers. So this is our first giveaway on the channel. It's going to be happening over on Twitch. We'll have it up on YouTube. Unfortunately, if you watch on YouTube, it doesn't do you much good because it already happened. So join us live on Twitch. We'd love to have you there. And thanks for joining the conversation tonight. Joe, back to you.
All right, and Cody, I know that you've been collaborating with artists and trying to get all the different medium out there. If you have anybody that you want to bring into the Hangouts and our channel and stuff like that, I mean, we're trying to open that conversation and open that forum for everybody to just connect with each other. So if you got anybody that's interested in joining up and hanging out with us, just go ahead and let them know what the details are, and so we'll get them in there. All right.
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. I will. I'll definitely talk to him about it and see where I go from there.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Dan. Dan, you're last on the list. You got the gaming question like everybody else. You're gonna have to finish this open on a high. So, you got the floor on. Why do you game, Dan?
Honestly, it's simple. I get attached to making my own stuff. Characters and books and everything. I mean, everything I think about, I can just picture immediately. Like
Oh, Dan, I'm losing you. You going muted?
Yeah, that was me muted. I had
there you go.
Remove something from the room. Yeah, honestly, it's just it's a way to vent the imagination, I guess. I mean, I'm either reading, drawing, writing something. It's just role playing has always been like a vent for me, a way to be something bigger than I am,
Yeah, so I mean, it's something where there's events or instances where you get to be I don't know, I want to say part of a bigger world, but you get to venture out and do those things. Is that what grips you? Is that what you get connected to?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that I can do something, like slay a dragon or something, just randomly here. It's the fun of it, really. Something that everyday person can't do. You can think it, and imagine it, and be it.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of other people are at with the imagination, the creativity. I know that Ty and Owen are in that same boat where they get to branch out and do the things that they can't do, in their real everyday lives. You get to do all kinds of different fun things, and that's yeah. Like I said, everybody's on the same sort of page, so
Yeah.
that's awesome. Thank you. All right, Brennan. Well, I mean, we got everything grilled up. I think it's plating time. We're just gonna go ahead and serve them up and get them out to the world for everybody. So I don't know if you guys are ready to have a sit down conversation with them, but I've done what I can, so I think they're all ready now. It's your turn. Go ahead, Brennan.
All right, guys. Like I said before, thanks and welcome to the channel. We're glad that you chose to join the conversation tonight. We have the Facebook page on Dice&Decks. We like to offer all of our guests on the channel to jump in there and subscribe to become a member of the family. Everyone has Facebook friends. We have Facebook family. That's how we look at it. So, we'd love to have you join in there, and then we can all, continue the conversation there. If you want to jump in, we can talk about when that is. If you want to be part of the one-shots, we can talk about how that works. We've got a lot of interest right now. Everything keeps kind of steamrolling ahead. Do not worry. We'll deliver on Monday night something unique, something special. And I'm just so excited. I can't wait until Monday. I don't want to wish my weekend away, but I'm looking forward to Monday night. I'm also looking forward to my real life Sunday night group. I always have fun there. We'll be posting that probably Monday morning, Monday afternoon, just to hold you guys over. Get you ready for what we're going to be, get you ready for how we play, that kind of thing. A little bit different campaign on Monday nights than our Sunday night real life group, but anyhow, to what Cody was saying before. Actually, I want to make sure. I think it was Cody. Yeah, to what Cody was saying before about being an author and stuff. I do that too. So Cody, we can discuss that. I'm currently writing one of 8 books of a series, but I won't go into that here. It's not the place for it. That's more of my personal side of things for right now. I'm trying to keep that as separated as I can. So as I said to Andrew earlier, when he completed his grilling and became a perfectly well done member of our group here, our family, you guys now are, and as such, the rewards are you get to ask us some questions. So I don't know if you have any right now. If you're not that quick on the draw, that's fine. You want to post them over in chat as you think about them, that's cool too. Or if you are ready, just mic in. The floor is yours, guys.
Okay, well, I guess I'll jump in on that one. So of the GMs of this group, I guess I'll ask, how many of you use homebrew material, like worlds and things like that, and how many of you use pre-mates or adventures?
Since you're leading it, we're going to have you actually kind of take over as a guest host. So how you do that is you just tell us on your screen who's on your left and who's on your right, and choose a direction you want to go from and keep it rolling.
Okay. I will popcorn Allen. It's on the left.
All right. I mainly do my own twist on rules for whatever I'm playing, and the same thing with adventures. I mainly make up my own. Sometimes I'll get inspiration from other communities, or I've ran 1 or 2 games with pre-made adventures, but for the main part, I usually do most of my own homebrew or somebody else's homebrew in my games. I find it adds a little bit more of a flavor and twist to the game that way.
Okay. Next is Dan for me.
I know. I mean, I don't know if Dan stepped away, but I know that he's a real life friend of mine. I know he's not done any DMing. It sounded like when he was going through his past history of role playing, it's mostly been a lot of video games, but also he does some of that creativity, the visualization in his mind. So I think if he ever got into the DMing, I feel he would be doing some of that homebrew stuff, but definitely also pulling from what some of the modules that have to just kind of solidify a few things, and hopefully I don't overstep some bounds. But if I can get him into that kind of thing, which I think wouldn't be too difficult, I think it'd be he has a lot of stuff he could offer on that kind of thing. Dan, are you back? Do you want to add to that a little bit?
Sorry, I missed most of what was.
It's fine. Cody, why don't you go ahead and just repost that question real quick for Dan?
Basically, I was asking for the people who are GMs or would eventually want to be GMs, do you believe that you would be making them up most of your own homebrew material, your own worlds and things like that, or would you be more someone who uses pre-mades or pre-established stuff?
I mean, over my, like I said, I did a lot of online role playing. I've done it both ways. I mean, I've developed me and one of my greatest friends that I constantly am talking to on Skype. We developed a story, like I said, that took 2 years to play out. And then from there, I mean, we both gone our separate ways and we've met up here and there on certain other situations. But I mean, we've done pre-mades that people have already started and designed our own online and everything.
Okay. Next person for me is, well, that says Dice&Decks twice. So I'm not sure who's who.
Brendan, that's going to be you. Why don't you
They're the same.
All right, so the question again, just so I make sure I understand it fully, is do you use homebrew or do you use adventure modules, that kind of thing, yeah?
Pretty much. I mean, and I don't mean just for adventures. I mean for everything. World, feats, like all content.
Sure. So I have been building my world, and for those of you watching, you've heard this before, but I gotta say it again. I'm being asked. I'm sorry. I'm being asked. For 17 plus years. Same amount of time that I've been DMing. When I say world, I mean multiverse. I have 10 planets in 9 solar systems, and histories dating back over 160,000 years. I have completely custom races, completely custom classes, 16 continents just on one planet, 2 cities per continent, and that's only the cities that are over 10,000 people. I had a cartographer do some maps for me. We got a Wikia page for that, and I got a shite ton of characters. But that's not what this is about. This is about the community. You guys want to know more about that? Go to faylord.wikia.com or ask me some questions in the Dice&Decks Facebook group. Thanks.
So next for me is actually Joe.
So I've not DM'd at all. I definitely want to get into that kind of thing at some point. But I do. Oh, go ahead.
Since this has happened actually twice now, I'm going to have another question after this, if that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so continue.
Sure. But as far as actually wanting to do homebrew stuff, I know that Brendan has put all the Phalor stuff out there, and he's developed this world. For my characters, however, I do a lot of background writing stories and some journal stuff, and this may not be homebrew, but I definitely feel like the creativity aspect of it and trying to customize some of those things around the characters that I play would be something that I would want to do as a DM as well. So initially I might not jump into all the homebrew stuff right away, just because I want to make sure I have a feel for the rule sets and what works well and what doesn't. But once I felt comfortable with that, I would definitely jump out and just customize things the way that I felt worked well. So not initially, but definitely down the road, it's something that I would incorporate quite a bit of. So that's what I would do.
Owen.
Yeah, my history, I kind of started out kind of like a rough and tumble start with my beginning of playing. I started as a PC with some other players, but everyone was pretty much brand new. It was a 3.5. We had our books and everything, of course, but no one really had a good command of the game systems or anything like that. So we kind of started to play, but it was just kind of rough. I mean, we didn't have maps, we didn't have miniatures, we didn't really have saves, didn't really have anything all that well figured out. And I kind of stuck with that for a while. I quickly switched to DMing because I always just played with new people. I never really met anybody that already knew how to play in the couple of groups that I played. So from there on out, it would mostly just be me and a couple of my buddies just sitting around, getting drunk or whatever, just talking, joking, really casual setting. And I guess you could say that's homebrew, but now more so taking kind of a more serious role at DMing with 5th edition. It's been a lot easier to get a grasp of the rules, especially with Dice&Decks and that kind of thing. These guys have been a lot more patient with that. And now I'm just kind of finally coming into my own with homebrewing, making up my own world, my own details, and things like that. And that's what it's all about. Unfortunately, my only real limitation is the amount of time that I have to invest in that kind of thing. But it's awesome. I mean, it's what I like to do. Homebrewing rules is something that I've just now started to use after becoming a member of Dice&Decks, because we have a lot of really great members on here that have joined calls in the past that have just crazy ideas, crazy amounts of material, really good ideas, and I've asked to incorporate those, and I've used a lot of that stuff by now, and I think it makes things really interesting for the players. And on top of that, it also helps them to kind of trust their DM a little bit more, because it takes away the element of arguing over the rules all the time. As you add more homebrewing, it makes them put the responsibility of that side of the game into your hands and let you take care of that more, which is something that I really did not expect to be a byproduct of homebrewing. So, all things considered, homebrewing is great, and I hope to have a lot more of it in my future.
Finally, Ty.
I'm probably closer to Brennan. I generally prefer to use my own homebrew material for the most part. In fact, in my years as a dungeon master, I don't think I've ever used a module. I've used background settings. I was always a big Greyhawk fan, but I usually go way off. I usually just use the maps and maybe some of the gods and place names and kind of go off and do my own thing. Yeah, I always liked creating my own worlds. In fact, I'm kind of like Brennan. I've got a world I've created that I pretty much know the history going back to literally the creation of the world and what the first races were, and that kind of thing, and the various deities and such creatures, entities that were around then, going up through various historical eras and different characters and things like that. I've not been a dungeon master in a good while now, so I've not had a chance to kind of whip that stuff out on characters, but I'm looking forward to doing so again. I like reading modules, especially some of the old school stuff from first edition and even earlier from basic D&D and things, but I always found them somewhat restrictive as far as sticking straight with them. I like pulling ideas from them, maybe even characters and places and stuff, but following them from beginning to end. For me, that was always kind of restrictive, and I don't mean that as a criticism of the products, because some of those definitely old school modules were great. Were great products. That's just more of where my mindset comes in. I like to have more creative freedom, I guess you'd say, which is one of the reasons why I don't. I've never been a big user of random tables because I've always preferred to create stuff like that myself instead of just sort of randomly dropping the characters in on something or randomly giving them a magic item. I've always preferred, like, I'll come up with it myself, even if it's something on the fly, just like spur of the moment, because I like that too. I like being caught off guard by the characters and the players. So I'll just have to like think while I'm running and come up with something. Does that help any?
Yeah, that answered pretty much my question to a T. I got exactly what I thought the answers were gonna be. So, yeah. But if anyone else have any other questions for everybody, or
I got a really quick one, just a little. It's just a kind of personal question I have, mostly for DMs. As DMs, do you guys like to know what your PCs have done with their characters when they make them, what items they have, so on and so forth, or would you rather that be a mystery? Because personally, for me, PCs always want to consult with me about what they're going to do with their characters and what they're going to buy and this and that. I think some of the greatest joy in DMing comes from being surprised by the creativity of your PCs and rewarding them for that creativity. And on my end, I don't want to know the items they have. I would like to not know the stats they rolled, but I usually supervise that process. It's a pretty important part. And skills, spells, what have you, the less I know, the better in my mind, because it makes for a more interesting game for everybody and more realistic campaign in my mind. I'm going to go with my left to right. We'll kind of go backwards here. We'll start with Ty.
I can kind of go either way. I mean, I don't feel a need to know everything about the characters. I mean, you know, I want to know some basics, obviously, like their class and race, but those are things everybody would kind of see in the game. I generally would like to know their alignment, at least. But as far as stats and certain spells and things like that, no, I don't need to know those things. I mean, I kind of like I like being surprised by characters, and I think one issue I've seen some dungeon masters kind of something they fall into is if they know what the players have available to them, they will, when it comes to combats, they will specifically work around it. And to some extent, that can be realistic. I mean, if you're talking about a real powerful bad guy who would be able to get such knowledge, but you know, if the characters are just walking down the street and they run into a group of orcs or whatever, you know, if there's a wizard with the orcs, they shouldn't automatically have, I don't know, counter spells or whatever to everything that the party happens to have. So I like being surprised again. Now, if the players want me to have some such information, that's fine with me. But no, I don't have to have it.
I'll jump in quick. I guess I'm just going to kind of summarize the whole idea here, now thinking of it in retrospect. I'm really kind of asking, you can start with the answer to this and then follow up with your specific examples, but I guess I'm really kind of asking if, as a DM, do you think the experience is better for the PCs, for the DM to have more or less control of their session? Next, we're gonna skip Scott, and then we will come back to his grilling and his answer to the question after everyone has finished these questions. How about that, Scott?
That sounds good. Glad to be here.
All right, we're gonna go to Joe next.
All right, and Owen, I know you know my answer to this question, but if there is a way for a player to DM on the player side of things, that's the way I like to do stuff. So if I have the ability to, I wouldn't say hide things from the DM, but manipulate the things that I have to surprise the DM so I can get away with things, or at least have my creativity come to its full potential, that's definitely how I like to do things. So if I was on the opposite side of things to the DM, I feel like I would want to be challenged by the players and not have as much control over the items, or be surprised by what they're doing, and just have to think on my feet to either combat them or to make it realistic or believable. So I'm very very much on the side of things of not knowing, because how can you have a true reaction to what a situation is if you already know what's in front of you? If you have all the pieces laid out like in chess, you can strategize, you can plan things out. But if somebody throws a hammer into a chess game, well, then what? And if you have that possibility, that makes things a lot more interesting, a lot more fun, in my opinion.
Speaking of throwing a hammer into a chess game, I want to jump in here.
You're next, Brennan.
Oh, am I really?
So it's not really a hammer, it's just the knight.
Oh, man. All right, well, I'm going to be real honest, guys. I have been heavily distracted tonight. I'm getting messages left and right and emails and oh my goodness, awesome stuff. So, if you would do me a solid and repeat for me what it is that we were just talking about.
All right, Brendan, this is the whole question. Two-parter, pretty much, but they're kind of the same thing. First answer, do you think, as a DM, it is better for the players, for the DM, to have more or less control over, more or less, not since you missed the whole thing, more or less knowledge of, okay, well, I can't really, this doesn't really work this way anymore. What I initially started asking was, personally, in my mind, I think I like more as a DM to not know the PC's, what items they have, what spells they have taken, what anything. The less I know about them, the better. Obviously, you need to know class, race, history, as those are DM components of the player characters. But everything besides that, as a DM, do you think it's better or worse for the PCs for the DM to have more control or less control? And what do you prefer to that be? Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I've heard a question kind of like this before. I've got a response. Honestly, I like to know that what they have is what they can afford. I don't like to know what it is, you know? So it's really hard to make sure that they're not cheating, right? And also be surprised. So basically what I do is I just start off explicitly trusting them. If all of a sudden something shows up on a character sheet or in battle rather, that I'm like, hey, when did you get that? I'll just have them clarify for me and ask the rest of the people, do you remember that real quick? I try not to do that too often, and it really doesn't come up a lot. But anywho, if it does, that's kind of where I'm at. So yeah, I don't prepare anything ever. I haven't for I don't know, over a year now. I don't see the point. Because, as any DM knows, most of the time what you prepare isn't what ends up happening anyways. So why even prepare? Have an idea of what you want to do, know where your character's left off or where you're going to start them, and then just kind of sit back and enjoy it, especially if it's your own world. Because if it's your own world, nothing is cooler than having other people play in something you created. Now, I don't know if everyone got a chance to answer that, but I'm going to put this one on a back burner for just a moment because we had another person jump in and we said hi to him in the chat, but I want to acknowledge him publicly. We have a Mr. Scott Fitzgerald on the call, it looks like. Scott, go ahead and say hi. Tell us what you're doing here this evening, if you don't mind.
Scott's grilling is coming. This round is almost over. We've already addressed this matter.
Okay.
3 seconds.
Yeah. My name is actually Scott Gray. Scott Fitzgerald Gray is my full name. And I'm here because Ty asked me to stop by. I know Ty kind of creatively through our fiction works, but I'm also an editor and a designer, freelance at Wizards of the Coast. I was one of the editors who worked on 5th edition. And I've seen what you guys are doing here. It looks pretty cool. So when Ty asked me if I wanted to stop by, I said sure. So glad to be here.
I think I just had a heart attack. Did you just say that you work at Wizards of the Coast?
I freelance for Wizards of the Coast. I've been working for them freelance for just about 10 years now. I started working for them in the winter of 2004. But I do all my work remotely. I'm one of the I guess the dwindling number of freelance people they've got working for them. There was at different points been more of them, but they don't have as many freelance people working for them now as they once did.
Scott.
Oh man.
Scott, this is Ty. I just want to say thanks for taking the time to drop in.
No problem. Thanks for the invitation.
I also want to throw a shout out. I'll just say it flat out. Scott is a damn good writer. I mean, outside of his work in the gaming industry, some of his novels and things that I've read, they really are excellent reading.
Very kind, thank you.
The first full novel I read of his was a book called We Can Be Heroes, which is kind of a modern-day sci-fi sort of thing. And I won't give away any details of it, but it's definitely worth reading for anybody who enjoys a good read.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and throw in my authority over the channel here. And just kind of say a few things right quick. We are going to go ahead and stop whatever we were doing. I apologize to my guests, but honestly, like Wizards of the Coast, a guy who freelances for them, a writer like Cody and myself, and I'm going to assume everyone else on the call is interested in doing. So if by show of head bobs, we'll do this. We'll do this. I know it's my channel. I'm playing kind of the evil DM card here right now, but by show of head bobs, who would like to turn the floor over to Mr. Joe and Mr. Scott and get the grilling started so we can really get to know this guy and have him ask questions about us? Because this is what we are looking to do, people. We're looking to connect the D&D community, the Magic the Gathering the community, the just nerddom in general, fantasy, whatever you're into, to the players, to the content providers, to the DMs, and everything. And my mind is just blown right now. So Joe, I'm gonna get you an extra bag of charcoal. I got 3 bags I'm sending over right now via courier. They should be there in about 30 seconds. Not to put any pressure on you, can you handle 2 people completely unexpected in one night?
See, that's just a lot of pressure. I don't know. I might need to stretch for this one. I might need to, crack the old knuckles a little bit and just make sure make sure we're good to go. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta get a drink of water because, like, wow, I'm so warm right now. I'm heated up. I'm a big guy. I'm a big fan. And go ahead and start warming up that grill. Type those questions out on the right so Scott can think ahead. Did we get the head bob from the panel? Let's start over here. I'm pointing. Whoop, there it is. Let's see. Alan, by show of head bob, cool to proceed. Cody, we cool with you? Dan, we cool with you, man? I can't barely see your head. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow, aggressive head bobbing. Joe, you ready for this? Owen? Thumbs up, that works. Scott, of course you're ready, right?
Oh, I'm totally ready, yeah.
Ty?
Whatever you guys want to get up to, I'm good.
Ty, you good? Awesome. I'm going to grab a glass of water, type those questions out, and I'll be right back. You guys continue the conversation. Thanks for joining.
Okay.
See, only noobs
No problems.
type these days. I copy and paste. Are you kidding me? Everybody knows how that works.
So, I just have a quick question.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Go ahead. Are all your books on Nook by chance? Because seriously, I am a massive reader.
Yeah, they should all be on Nook. They're on all of the usual places: Nook, Kobo, Amazon, obviously. Smashwords if you can't find them anywhere else. But yeah, no, they should be available. Pretty much everything should be available everywhere. Sometimes new stuff stays on Amazon just for a few months initially, but I haven't had anything out within the last little while. So yeah, everything should be on Nook. If you can't find anything on Nook, then just let me know for sure.
If you can type your name on the right on the thing there, so I'm seriously gonna look this up and probably buy it. Like,
Okay.
If you got like 12 books out.
Yeah, and I'll put my website address up as well, which is insaneangel.com, and there's a fiction section there you can have a look there. Oh, thanks, Ty.
Awesome. All right, so Scott, I'm gonna go ahead and I copy and pasted 3 questions for you out there. So I'm gonna get
I saw those there. You want me to just take a whack at those?
Well, I'm gonna get you a little
sure.
lead in for that, and then the 4th one, I'm just gonna make ad libs. So I'm not even gonna give that one to you ahead of time. So
oh, that's fine.
That's how the grilling goes. We make it tough.
I'm up for it.
All right.
That's okay.
So first question is for our viewers and everybody involved. First question is, what got you into D&D or tabletop gaming? And you can expand that into the other things in your life that you do for a creativity aspect, because that's my important thing. So why don't you go ahead and answer that one?
Yeah, I got into D&D and gaming mostly just because I really liked fantasy and SF when I was young, when I was a kid. I'm of a particular age. I predate the internet and electricity and all sorts of things. So I grew up in a very small town in the Canadian hinterland. I'm in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. I grew up in a town about 6 hours north of Vancouver, which is the one touchstone most people out of not in the country know. And there was literally nothing there. We had one television channel, we had one radio station. So I latched on to fantasy and comics, from a really early age. Had a group of friends that we used to do a fair bit of Avalon Hill gaming, because one friend of mine, his family was into Avalon Hill. So I had other friends that played a lot of war games. They played a lot of Squad Leader. Things like that. My favorite Avalon Hill game, the one that I played whenever possible, was Kingmaker, which is a game I still love, and I lament that I don't have anybody around me physically now that I could actually get a game going, because that's one game I'd love to pick up again. And a friend of mine, when I was in 11th grade, which was in 1981, left our small town, moved back down to Vancouver for a little while, and then came back. And when he came back, he brought back with him these incredible tales of this game he'd been playing called Dungeons and Dragons. And he was kind of the gateway to that for me. I started playing D&D in 11th grade and just got absolutely hooked. It was just the first time I played, I remember thinking, this is the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. And I've never really lost that feeling. There's been a few periods where I haven't done very much gaming for different reasons, but when I am gaming, all the times that I have been gaming, that feeling has really always stayed with me. And D&D has always been my go-to game ever since.
Awesome. I just have a little bit of a side question for this. I don't usually ask, but I just want to make sure we get the right seasoning on you.
For sure.
With today's age, as far as video games and that kind of thing, where not all of it's railroading. I mean, there's the sandbox games like Grand Theft Auto and the Skyrim world and Oblivion and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
If you have an appreciation for those sorts of things, what is it that differentiates the role-playing aspect in a role-playing tabletop game setting from the video game setting?
I think from my perspective, and again, I mean, I come at it from a perspective of tabletop RPGs first, and video games being something that kind of split off of that, and obviously newer players and young people especially are going to kind of see that relationship backwards. For me, it's just the idea of potential. Even if you've got players who aren't really heavy-duty role players, they're not necessarily into taking on strong characterizations or doing the voices or what have you. Just the idea that in an RPG, ideally, with a good DM and with a good group of players, you can do anything you want to do. There's literally even the sandbox potential of D&D goes so far beyond anything that you can get in sort of like the constrained environment of a video game. To me, that's really the most important difference. I think that's the thing that makes tabletop RPG play still as exciting as it was when I first started, even though there's so much more out there right now in terms of things you can do to sort of address that fantasy itch, which is what got me into D&D in the first place.
Yeah, I definitely feel like again, my side of being a creativity, I've said it 100 times now, but just the ability to do whatever you want, I think it's just so cool. You can turn left if you want to, you can turn right if you want to, you can walk backwards. You don't have to just follow this straight path that somebody else has put in front of you.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I totally.
I mean, under the best circumstances, here's probably a lame analogy, but under the best circumstances, a good D&D campaign is like a video game that's being written by the DM and the players simultaneously. Everybody's kind of throwing stuff into it. Everything goes into the mix, and what comes out at the end is something that everybody feels they have a hand in. And I think that's the one big difference. Like, you can play a good video game, you can feel, a strong sense of interactivity with it, but it still never quite gets to that level of feeling that you're crafting something with a group of people. That's the one thing that video games, I think, the one place where they'll probably always fall short.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so next question, we're going to move on to the next stage of the grill session. The question is, do you consider yourself, and this one might be a little bit easier for you, but do you consider yourself a DM, a player, a content provider, or any or all of the above?
I'm gonna have to go with all of the above. At different points in time, I've done different things. I really love playing D&D, and I didn't have a chance to do it for a long time because even with going way back to my high school and college games, we all started DMing in my group. Everybody was kind of running their own sessions, and everybody would have characters kind of piling into everybody else's worlds. But at some point, everybody else kind of fell by the wayside as a DM, so I was like kind of the last DM standing. So I ended up running most of the games for quite a while. When I started gaming again, one of the first things I did was got my daughters into it, so I was DMing for them, and it was great fun. But I really, really missed playing. I've managed to get into a really great Pathfinder game locally with a DM who I hadn't known before. I met him through a mutual friend at our local game store. So that's really the first experience I've had of playing a long-term campaign for probably a couple of decades, and it's been great fun just being able to just focus on a character and not worry so much about all the other mechanical stuff in the world building. Having said that, I really like world building. That for me, that's kind of the best part of being a DM. So I would definitely put myself under the content creator banner as well, even outside the work that I do. I really, really love putting that aspect of the story and a campaign together. It's a lot of fun.
Nice. Yeah, we have all of those in our channel tonight, so everybody appreciates that broad aspect of things. Doing everything is just awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, stage three on that grill. We got. The question is, best experience in role-playing or tabletop gaming? Just something memorable that you've had either as a player or something on the tabletop you'd be willing to share with us. Go ahead.
The first game I ever played was ridiculously memorable because this was just with a friend of mine whose name was Kevin. He was the one who got me into D&D. He was telling us about the game. He was trying to explain what it was. He was like, you play this character and you're doing this and you do this, and we didn't quite get it, as is common, I think, when you try to explain an RPG to people, especially going way, way back when you didn't have, the example of, well, it's like World of Warcraft, except you just, play it with paper and pencil. And so, like a lot of people do, at some point he just finally gave up and said, you know what, I'll just show you how to play. Except the thing was, he didn't actually have any of his gaming materials with him the night that we were together. So we basically made the game up off the top of his head. We tore up chits of paper to use instead of dice, right? Tossed them into a paper bag. He just, we rolled up characters that he sort of half remembered the rules for, and it was just the coolest thing ever, right? The idea that you could do this, like looking at it in retrospect, the idea that you could do this with absolutely no materials at hand, that you could simply use just your imagination and a sort of a vague, half-baked sense of the rules to actually create a really compelling little scenario, something that was really, really interesting and memorable, was pretty spectacular. Right, it was a really, really cool experience at the time, just because it got me on the road to gaming. But just looking back on it, it was an interesting kind of benchmark, just in terms of thinking about the kinds of things that gaming can do and what tabletop gaming can be. On the DM side, probably playing with my daughters. I got them started when they were, I think, like 8 and 10 years old. We started playing 3rd edition, the first of the 3rd edition basic sets that came out, I think, in about 2000, I want to say like 2004, 2005. Pardon me, was what we started with, and that was a lot of fun. So I got them both hooked on it. They're both currently still playing off and on in a campaign I run on Roll20 because they're not at home now. They're both off at college, so they're still kind of into it, which is a lot of fun. Probably the big part of the answer to that, though, was just actually having a chance to actually work on the game. It was kind of unexpected, and it's been a really cool experience working on a lot of different stuff over the last 10 years. Worked on 3rd edition, worked on 4th edition. Now I have worked on and I'm still working on 5th edition stuff, and that's been just, it's every bit as cool as you would expect it to be. Right from the word go, it's been an amazing experience.
That's awesome. I just can't really put into words how having somebody who has experience in that kind of thing, that the creative aspect of what we all enjoy playing, is just to have you here is just awesome. I really appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
I got to interject real quick before you do that fourth question.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone else likes this term or not, but I'm going to say, and I apologize if I offend anybody, but I'm having a nerdgasm right now.
I promise you I'm not actually that exciting, but thank you.
I've already had 6.
Maybe feel,
Yeah.
hold on, maybe you feel that you're not that exciting, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that I speak for each and every person here tonight, each and every person that's watching this, and each and every person that will likely ever watch this going forward.
Yeah.
That's probably because we haven't spoken to you. Like, not we as in, like, me and Joe and the people here in the
Yep.
call, but, like, this is why we're doing this. I honestly think that Wizards of the Coast, as a company, made the correct decision with engaging their fans with regards to 5th edition. You know, like, I have nothing but respect for that. I really do. And I hope that we can make introductions and be able to communicate with others and have others communicate with their fans and whatnot, like they did, only on a more, not necessarily personal level, but like more laid back,
Yeah.
more casual kind of a thing, I guess, if that makes sense, and just discuss what so many people love. Like, it's a huge community, and it's so disjointed at times. And I was really analyzing it for a long time before I did this. I've been watching stuff on YouTube. I've been watching other content providers, and as far as I know, there is nobody else that does this like this live and invites whoever and that kind of thing. And you know, the connections that I've made. I mean, Ty jumped in. I honestly, this is gonna sound terrible, but I don't even remember where Ty joined from. I remember our first night. I remember every conversation we've had. But I just was posting in different Facebook groups with a couple of thousand people, right? And just people started coming in. And Ty's been here most nights that we've done this. You know, so Ty, you know, thank you for bringing him in here tonight. And Joe, I hope you got the grill still going, because I'm just going to kind of end it there so I don't spoil it. But man, awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, I'm again really happy to be here. I think you're right. I mean, it's really great to sort of have the sense of community around gaming that exists now. Like when I started, it was literally me and 4 of my friends, and we were the only people literally gaming in our small town of 2,000 people. It was extremely isolated. We got down to Vancouver to actually buy books and stuff, you know, a couple of times a year. It was just this. It was a very isolated experience, you know, and that's obviously changed so much. But one of the downsides, I think, is because so much of the interaction now is in forums and text-based, and there's so much vitriol sometimes in that format. And the one thing that actually sitting down and talking to people face to face like this, I think, is really good for, is that it reminds you that the people that you might have, you know, minor disagreements with, or that you might just want to, you know, talk about what you do differently than what they do differently, are actual people who play in the game just exactly the same way you are. And this is a really great venue, I think, for making that point.
So I want to interject one last thing. I feel terrible for doing this, but what he just said made me really feel like I have to say it. I have this saying that I use, and in short, it's basically, it's not about, you know, our differences, it's about our similarities. That's the short of it. But how the saying goes is, let's understand our differences and acknowledge them. Let's find a way to agree, or let's find what we agree on, and let's build a foundation from that. I didn't say it quite as eloquently as I said it the other day. In a Facebook post in response to somebody about power gaming and is it wrong or not. But that was the conversation I was having where that came up, and so many people have different beliefs, and I truly, you know, resonate with that. So Joe, back to you, bud. Let's finish this grill.
Okay.
All right. I before I finish with the last question, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure you just have you're just gonna have to ad lib this one, but I do have something to add real quick as well. And this is kind of just giving a shout out, I guess, to my mother. When my older sister and I were young, and I was 7, 8, 9 years old, my mother would read us fantasy stories, at bedtime stories, and the fact that it leaves your mind open to the creativity and to the fact that you can, like you were saying, you can create anything that you want. You have this now venue that you can come up with anything in your own mind it just gives you that aspect of, I really have this ability to do whatever I want. And I think that's missing in some people's lives, and a lot of people these days,
Yeah.
where they're so in tune to technology and they're so in tune to going from point A to point B. I gotta check my email, I gotta check my Facebook, I gotta check all these other things and define myself with all these other things. They lose that fact of just leave your mind open. You can do whatever you
Yeah.
want. And I feel like that's something that is, if we can pass that on to more people, the world is a much better place for that.
Oh, yeah.
And I wish that, I'm hoping that we can at least try and expand some of that and just say, hey, you have these possibilities, you have these things that you can do, and you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And give some of that encouragement to the younger people. And I just hope that we can pass that on, because I think that's really important. If we ever lose that, it'd be unfortunate. But
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I mean, one of the things about, again, just going back to talking about the difference between tabletop RPGs and other types of gaming and other types of fantasy is so much of it is passive. Books are kind of, unfortunately, from my perspective, kind of not on the downswing, but they're definitely not the dominant media anymore, as they were, when I was in high school. Again, I grew up with one TV station, right? And there was never anything on TV for the most part, even if you had more channels back then. Books and tabletop RPG playing, I think, are much more interactive. There's much more of a sense of what are you putting into it. Whereas, even though like right now is the golden age, I think, of science fiction and fantasy in terms of what you can watch on TV, in terms of what's coming out for movies. But even those things, even as good as they are, as interesting as they are, it's a very passive experience. And I think the one thing that D&D has going for it is that you can put some of yourself into it, and you can get something back. Something very tangible. And I think you're right. That's something that I think we run the risk of losing if we see things swing over too far towards the video and interactive side of things.
Well, continuing with that philosophical analysis of life in general, I guess. The last question, feel free to be philosophical with it as well. So the last question to get you finished up and make sure you're seasoned to a T is why do you game?
The short answer is I just really enjoy it. It's a pastime that I've been doing for more than 30 years, and it's still as interesting and as exciting to me as it was then. I think the larger answer is because it's a type of creativity that you get to share with other people. And I honestly can't think of anything else, aside from like improv theater, right? Which I think is the thing that on some level, tabletop gaming comes closest to in certain parts of its execution. But aside from that, there's really very few things you can do to fully exercise your creative energy and do it with other people. Playing D&D is very different than the experience of, for example, collaborating on a novel or a short story with another writer. Right? It feels to me like a purer form of creativity. It feels like a sort of a freer form of creativity. The idea that everybody can throw everything in, right? And that from out of that mix, something very unique is created. Right? And it's a thing that doesn't exist for anybody else. Even if you're playing, a stock adventure, if you're playing an adventure path, from Paizo, or if you're, doing something that other people have done, what you do with it, how you interact with it, how you interpret it, is going to make everything very, very different. And that to me is pretty special. And I think that's probably the easiest answer to the question why I game, because it's a type of creativity and a type of interaction, and a type of storytelling that you really can't do any other way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I appreciate you just coming in and sharing your insights. Somebody who has the experience with the community that we are all a part of. Just to have somebody who has dealt with that and been a part of the creation of that is just so amazing. I just really appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us.
I'm very glad to be here.
Brandon, I'm just passing over to you. I have nothing else to say. I'm done.
All right. So with that, I'd like to welcome Scott Fitzgerald Gray, to the channel, and welcome him to the Dice&Decks family. Everyone has friends on Facebook we're going for something a little different. We got a Facebook group called Dice&Decks, and we'd like to call it a family. So if you'd like to join that, we'd love to have you. And the reward for passing the grilling, for being ready to go, is that you get to now have the floor and ask us questions, and more importantly, we get to have our fellow members of the panel here ask you any follow-up questions as your time allows. So first of all, you got some more time for us?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, as long as you need.
Awesome. So we appreciate that. I promised Owen, he's been a long-time viewer of ours, at least as long as you could have been so far.
Yeah.
So Owen, for that, I'm going to let you go ahead and ask your question, bud. Over to you.
Hey, it's wonderful to be in with another writer. This Dice&Decks thing is not something that I ever expected to run into a writer in this environment.
Yeah.
And I always kind of separated that from my D&D and from my fantasy, but it's nice to see it linked in with you. I guess kind of what I like to talk about a little bit is that from when I was much younger, writing was always my focus. It's always something that I always really enjoyed doing. Creative writing was something that I really found my passion in as a young person. And as I got older, I kind of lost that. I mean, I went to school for English, and then I kind of found an emphasis in education, and I kind of lost my creativity as I got older, per se. I guess you could say that. And you said that you're a freelance writer for Wizards, and I know that freelance writing is a big thing these days.
Yep.
It's kind of really your only way to break through into the main industry of writing, especially if you don't have any recognition or you didn't start writing when you were younger, or so on and so forth.
Yep.
And on your end, I guess I'm wondering exactly, what kind of separations do you draw between your writing and between your content providing, per se? I mean, that's not exactly it, but I guess I just want to know a little bit more about your writing history, because now in today's world, like, we talk about D&D and we talk about video games, we talk about the separation between those two, but we don't talk about the differences and the concepts that are provided in that content providing atmosphere, which can be writing and it could be content providing. I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about kind of your development as a writer and what kind of process you went through in today's.
Yeah. I went through a really kind of a slow, awkward, and extremely ass-backwards process of getting to where I'm at right now. Probably the worst possible thing you could do. I'd always been writing, like when I was a kid, when I was in high school. Writing was something that I really loved to do. It's something I really wanted to do. But as I think is pretty common for a lot of people, I wound up convincing myself that writing wasn't something that a person did as a serious career. So I had other stuff that I really enjoyed doing, computer science specifically. This was again, way back, the kind of the computer science of that day and age would make you all laugh if I described it. But it was something that I enjoyed. It was something that I was good at. So I threw myself in that direction, and it took a long time for me to kind of swing around past that and to sort of get back to thinking, I'm a creative person and I shouldn't be afraid to do this, because really that's what it comes down to in a lot of cases. I think it's a huge investment in time and ego, and it's something that it's really, really tough to commit to. When I started getting into writing again, when I started to get sort of to expand beyond what I was doing, I wound up doing mostly film work, which again is kind of unusual. It worked out pretty well for me for a couple of reasons. One, film work is one of the few places where you can actually make a decent living even if you have no idea what you're doing. And I certainly had no idea what I was doing when I started out, but you can still get paid for it. And I managed at the same time just cranking out a lot of film work, doing writing and also doing a lot of story editing for film, and really, really kind of honed my skills as a writer. Right? There's the rule, I can't remember who it's, somebody will remember the name because I can't remember the fellow's name, but the 10,000 hour rule that everybody talks about, the idea that you have to commit to 10,000 hours of really rigid practice and wanting to get better at something to really become a master of it. And I was lucky because I got to do my 10,000 hours basically screwing around doing screenplay work and getting paid for it. But by the time I got to the point where I was ready to get back to fiction and look at it, I actually, I wasn't that bad at it. It still took a lot of time and a lot of failed drafts and a lot of, writing stuff and saying, this is crap, what am I doing, why am I wasting my time, I'm a terrible human being, which every writer goes through, I think. But eventually it got me to the point where I was able to kind of say, okay, I'm ready now to do the kind of writing that I've always wanted to do. And that's what I've been doing for about the last 5 or 6 years now. I've been doing the editing and the RPG stuff for a little bit longer than that, so that was sort of something on the side. What I do for Wizards is I do more editing for Wizards of the Coast than I do writing and design work. Probably like about 2/3, 1/3, or 75-25. But that's also just one part of what I do. I do a fair bit of just regular editing, mostly for fiction, like editing other people's novels and such. I do a fair bit of story editing, sometimes for fiction writers, but a lot of the times working on screenplays. So I'll be working with a screenwriter or with a producer, analyzing a script and that sort of thing. So any of the individual things that I do, it would be very difficult probably to make a living doing just that one thing. But by combining them all, I seem to do okay. So like it's sort of my full-time job is essentially my own writing and editing for other people, and story editing for other people, and editing for Wizards of the Coast, and doing some design work for Wizards of the Coast. It all just kind of melds together to form sort of one kind of creative glob with me at the center of it.
That's really awesome. To be honest, editing is something that editing is kind of my focus, really. That's the structure, the language, everything is really what I realized after starting in creative writing, by all means, I have the fantastic imagination, and I wish that I was the kind of person that would just be able to just write that fantasy novel. But I found that what I really enjoy is editing and the language and that kind of thing.
That's actually a really good thing, because that's something that a lot of writers really kind of try to avoid or evade. Mm-hmm. Focusing on ideas is great, but you really have to learn how to hone and how to sharpen and how to revise. Your first ideas are usually good, but they're seldom great, and most writers, especially beginning writers, fall into the trap of they write something which is simply good because they don't know how to go back to it in a way that's necessary to make it great.
Yeah, they think that a lot of times the inspiration is only enough, but the editing definitely takes much more. And to be honest, right now, kind of at this point in my life, I mean, as a writer, it's hard. I understand when you were giving your story. I mean, I hope that I can have my resurgence someday. I can have my revival in my writing and my creativity in my writing in that capacity. But I even considered going into that freelance editing kind of thing. But it's really nice to hear, because I really do think that writers have to go through all those phases. Yeah. It's not so simple. It's a hard life being a writer. I mean,
it really is. Yeah. I mean, it's exactly the same as any other, highly skilled occupation. You would never sit down and say, hey, I'm really interested in, biology, so I'm going to become a general practitioner. It doesn't work that way.
Unfortunately, a biologist or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough gig to get into. It's very rewarding, obviously, but on some level, it's a long-term commitment, and that's the one thing I think that trips up a lot of beginning writers, and especially a lot of people who have sort of one really good idea. Because even if it is a really good idea, chances are you need to write the first really good idea and then set it aside for quite a while, and then continue to get better before you go back to your first really good idea and turn it into a really great idea once you know what you're doing.
A lot of people think they can just do it on their own, but writing is much more than that. I just want to say it's really nice to have you here. I don't really get that kind of opportunity to talk with a lot of writers in that capacity. In that way, it really means a lot to me, and I appreciate that.
I'm happy to be here.
I'm going to go ahead and pass it along back to Brendan here. Looks like he has something to say.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So as I promised, Scott, here in the opportunity to ask us some questions. And I'd like to go ahead and take control here for a moment. Scott, first of all, do you have any questions ready? Do you need some time to think about it, since you've been getting drilled so hard since you came in?
Oh, I mean, I guess the one question is just sort of, one of the things that always interests me is just sort of what people's backgrounds are in terms of, you know, their experience with gaming. You know, most people, I'm assuming most people, you know, right now started with either third edition or fourth edition. You know, so it's interesting to me to hear people, you know when they started, how they started playing, what they liked about, you know, the previous versions of the game, and especially, you know, how the new edition compares to what people are doing, assuming people are playing fifth right now.
So is that kind of a two-parter then? Like you want to know
I
number
guess a
one?
two-parter, yeah. Yeah, just what's your experience, what's your background, you know, how did you start? The one thing that really interests me, again, just because I'm ancient, is this interesting dichotomy between people like myself who started out with tabletop role-playing gaming, you know, because there were literally no other options at that time, and between people who have come into that already having had the experience of computer gaming or massively multiplayer online games, you know, and how the experience of embracing tabletop RPG play is really different, I think, based on what your background and what your previous experience was.
Yeah, so Joe and I have spent a lot of time talking. You know, Ty, I don't know if he wants to talk at all, but we do need a host for this section of it. So Ty, if you're willing to kind of lead the questions here, I'll pass it off to you in a moment. Can you head nod if you're willing to lead it, Ty? Yeah, awesome, cool. So here's kind of how we're gonna do this. I'd like to hear from some of the people that have been on here and haven't spoken much. Ethereal's joined us for the call. He hasn't said anything tonight. David's joined us for the call. He hasn't said anything tonight. And then Dan's been here a while. Cody's been here a while. Alan's been here a while, and they haven't said too much either in a little bit. So
I think Ethereal just posted. He said he started with AD&D, so that would be interesting to hear more about that.
Yeah. All right. So with that in mind, Ty, that's not left to right or nothing. But do you think you can handle getting those people and then coming back to the rest of us? Fantastic. All right. Host Ty, take it over.
Well, I don't have much to do. I'm going to jump right to Ethereal since he was talking about AD&D. Let him talk a little how he got into gaming originally.
Well, I kind of did talk about this before with the whole grilling, but, you know, I actually did come from a generation where we had video games. I grew up playing video games, and one of my favorite video games of all time was pretty much the Final Fantasy series. And after my first encounter with tabletop gaming, it was actually wargaming. And, you know, I liked the idea of being able to actually get into wargaming, but I didn't get that feel like I was really invested in what was going on in the battle. And I got introduced by the same individual that introduced me to wargaming into Dungeons and Dragons. And as soon as I literally devoured the second edition player's handbook in the course of a week. Now, this is all while I'm still going to school, getting ready to go to high school at this point. And I just was eating up all this information. It's like I can bring any of these characters that I fell in love with that I had no say-so about, you know, how they grew and developed. I get to make one of those myself and actually put it into play and interact with it. And it just became this out of this world thing. I started off playing a barbarian through, you know, on AD&D because, you know, I was coming in, didn't want to necessarily, you know, especially, but as I got more and more into it, man, it grew and expanded, and the character that I had changed in ways I didn't expect. Like, I started off with the barbarian, and he ended up through play becoming a paladin. That was just an absolutely mind-boggling thing to me, and it wasn't anything like what I initially had planned. I mean, it was actually kind of modeled after a Final Fantasy character, and I was trying to bring that to life and do what I wanted to do with that, and having the opportunity to do that, it just, to this day, it boggles my mind. I still do the creative element and the investment in it that tabletop gaming has. There's just nothing out there. Nothing even begins to compare. Even the most high-class role-playing games that they have for computers, they fall way, way short of the mark, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Hey, David, what about you? What's your past with role-playing games?
All right, so I'm going to talk about the video game aspect first. I started at like 2, and I started playing Mortal Kombat, the first one. So video games was on a whole different level for me. But I started with the original Redbox set. Now, being 4 years old playing the original D&D, you die every 20 minutes and have to roll up a new character. So at first it wasn't fun for me. I didn't get the concept. But later, as playing second edition and everything, I got more fun and more background, and I still kept that imagination because I played so early on. So now I create entire backstories and worlds. I homebrew even some games. I just create them off the top of my head, make rule systems and everything. So that's where I started, was with that, and now I play Bobby the Baker Bread Nut. Yeah. Now I play all kinds of games. I try to go out there from the norm. A lot of people, is streamlining Savage Worlds, D&D, Shadowrun, things like that. I look for things that are less played, and I like to try and play those to give those systems a shot, to give me more experience and bring them back to D&D and things like that. So it's a little bit about my background, I guess.
Cool.
Dan, you are up. How about your past with role-playing games?
Tabletop 0. I am actually new. Joe's going to be teaching me. So
that's
cool. That's about it for me.
Dan, have you had a chance to play even one session yet?
Nope.
Oh, you're coming to it cold then.
Yep.
Okay.
I look forward to hearing how it goes for you.
Cody, how about you?
I will. I'll make sure he dies in his first session.
TPK.
Anyway, so for me, as I actually just got grilled earlier, my answer to this was I actually didn't even know D&D still existed when I was younger. In fact, the first time that I ever really got introduced to it was from a TV show called Dexter's Laboratory. They had an episode where Dexter, the little genius kid, was game mastering. And he had a bunch of dudes over, and he was like this really brutal GM and like no fun. And I was like, huh, that's cute. Like they brought something old back, and blah, blah, blah. I didn't actually know it still was alive. So when I actually went into 9th grade, in my high school, they actually had a Dungeons and Dragons club. During sweep week or whatever, for club recruitment, there was band, choir, orchestra, and then there's a giant dragon on a freaking poster. And me being pretty much a super sci-fi and fantasy reader most of my childhood, I just gravitated towards that because I was like, oh, that's cool. What's this? And they were like, we play Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm like, that exists still? That's a thing? Like, because I kind of had the video killed the radio star. Like, I always thought video games killed D&D. And, it didn't exist in the way it does now. So when I got into it, the first year I was playing, and then from there on I was cursed with the Forever GM syndrome. So the last 8 years of my life has been dedicated to world building and running my own games.
Thanks, Cody. Alan, what about you?
Well, I got into playing tabletop games because of my cousin who had family who was into Dungeons and Dragons and whatnot. At the time, we didn't have any Dungeons and Dragons books, so my cousin thought that he would do his own, make up some of his own rules on the spot and DM us there, and that lasted all of one session and fell apart pretty quickly there. But after time, we slowly did world building and adopted our own type of system, which was really homebrew and really all over the place. But then one day we finally got the our first D&D books. He brought in 2 second edition books and 1 third edition book, and we tried our best to mash the rules together, which was our very first game that we ever played in. Eventually, we ended up settling with some third edition as our primary game later on down the road. And after that, we just kept going and branched off, and we still play D&D to this day. But right now, we're in the middle of a World of Darkness campaign, which D&D led us to all kinds of new RPGs and everything. So D&D has definitely made our lives a lot more interesting in the aspect that it's opened up our minds to a whole other world where we used to only have video games for our RPG fix.
Thanks, Alan. Owen, I can't remember. Have you answered this one yet?
Mine isn't really too wild, I guess. I started in high school with a couple friends, and we just kind of, I mean, to be honest, nobody really took this route that I apparently took. We would just smoke and get drunk, and we'd sit around and we'd talk shit, and we tried to play 3.5, but none of us really had the patience or the interest in learning all the rules and the mechanics, so I pretty much just kind of boiled down to just talking and making fun of each other. I kind of developed from there, where I had to take on the role of DMing because nobody I knew really had any interest. So, yeah, 3.5 for a couple of years there, had a couple small groups. We just kind of messed around for the main part. But now in 5.0, now in 5.0, we're fine. I've got a good group of guys that are willing to take the patience and the time to have the failed sessions and that kind of stuff. Learn down the rules, really nail down the mechanics, and now I'm finally got my crowd that's willing to take the patience and really learn the game in and out. You guys are really distracting me with that chat. Really too much. That's about it for me. I got a good crowd now finally, and I'm really getting into it, and I can't get back out.
That the chair, Scott, the chair Owen is sitting in has been a subject of contention over a few nights.
Okay.
Well, it started with he called it a folding chair, and everyone else said it wasn't a folding chair; it was a collapsible chair. So it started from there. But while I've got
Actually, Ty, real quick.
Okay.
So I'd like to throw this up. If you want to leave comments on YouTube or let us know in the Facebook group, we need a name for Owen's chair. So if you have any suggestions, we have some people wanting to call it the Falcon, or the Golden Eagle, or the Black Hawk, or something like that. We need a name for the chair. So if you want to put that in the group, or leave comments, or even if you got an idea and you're a member of the panel and it's your turn, you can speak on that. Back to you, Ted.
Okay. Well, I've got the floor here for a moment. Scott probably doesn't know this info, so I thought I'd talk a little about my gaming past, which goes back to probably 1980. I would have been about 10 or 11 years old, and I started with advanced D&D. Basic was around, and the earlier stuff chained me on things, and I was aware of them. But being a kid, how could you pass up advanced? You got to have advanced D&D. It was the real D&D. So I started off with that, and I guess as far as earlier speculative elements, I'm sure Scott's right there with me. We were Star Wars kids. I mean, when Star Wars came along, it changed the world. I mean, it changed everything. So, people call Star Wars sci-fi. Some have called it science fantasy or space fantasy, but whatever you want to call it, it really did change everything. And, like a lot of fantasy readers, I started off with Tolkien when I was young and moved on to other things, Thieves' World and stuff like that later. So I got my start with AD&D, and as I've said on at other points, I have this weird thing about skipping the the even number versions of D&D. I didn't play second, and I didn't play fourth, but I've played everything in between. And I will freely admit that when 5th edition came out, when the Player's Handbook came out, I was one of those who wasn't highly critical of it, but I was somewhat critical. I read the Player's Handbook, and then I just kind of set it aside. I was like, well, I'll never play that. I was a big 3.5 fan, mainly because of the intricacies of character generation. And I thought, 5th edition doesn't have any of that, so I'm not going to play it. But then I started watching some of the videos on YouTube, other people talking about 5th edition, and I saw some that were critical, and I'd kind of nod my head, yeah, it's like, okay, I get it. But then I started seeing more and more videos, mainly talking about character creation and what you could do with it, and things that 5th edition could do that 3.5 couldn't do. And I finally told myself, it's like, okay, you got to sit down with the player's handbook again, read it again, and just create like 10, 20 characters. You know, it helps to learn the rules, whatever. And I did that, and once I really got into the character generation for 5th edition, which is very easy compared to 3.5, in my opinion, I fell in love with the game. Just when I realized everything I could do with different characters, the versatility in the characters and such like that. Video games, I'm kind of semi-old school. I mean, I also grew up in the Pac-Man era, you know, and the Atari and stuff like that. Modern video games, I'm a Grand Theft Auto guy. That's usually where I go. I don't play a lot of modern fantasy games. I kind of feel like I get that hit from D&D and other role-playing sessions. Brennan, I think I've gone through everybody. Pass it back to you, or do you want me to send it to Joe?
Oh wait, everyone answered that?
I believe so, other than maybe you and Joe. If I've missed anybody, speak up.
Joe, did you answer it?
No, not yet.
All right, I'm going last. Joe, you're up.
Oh, my history with gaming. So I didn't actually play D&D until my junior year of high school. My friend Josiah said, hey, you guys want to come over on a Saturday and play some Dungeons and Dragons? And seeing as how my experience with dragons and dungeons before that was Alpha Beta Magic the Gathering, as well as The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and Redwall, and all those other stories that were fantasy Dungeons and Dragons built, I said, sure, of course, I'll come over and hang out and talk about Dungeons and Dragons and play games. And we played for about 3 to 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon. We made characters, and we walked down a hill, and we saw some goblins, and that's about all I remember that happened. So that session ended, and I didn't play again until a couple years ago, where Brennan asked me if I wanted to join his campaign. So I didn't really have much in between that, besides all the other fantasy things that I do. But I played World of Warcraft. I've read a lot of fantasy books. I've done all these other things that, again, I feel have like kept my mind open. So even though I may not have the years of experience of actually sitting down and playing the mechanics of the game, I feel that I have at least experienced a lot of pieces of what makes up that game, and so it's something that I have a lot of experience to draw on, even if it's not actually sitting down at the tabletop playing. So I just enjoy every part of it, and I try to do what I can with what I've learned and what I've read, and that's kind of where I'm at with things, and I just enjoy everything that we've been doing and kind of want to do some more. So Brennan, I guess you're up then, if that's the last one on this list.
Hey Joe, I asked you to post the question over here in chat. Did you ever do that, by the way?
I have no idea this chat's scrolling like a million miles an hour. You guys are just going crazy.
Oh, okay. So I'll actually go ahead and answer it. I remember, in case you guys were wondering, I remember what the question was. Basically, what's our background? So, growing up, my brothers were older than me. Had a lot of cousins. Had a big family, and just always had people around. I grew up playing, Hero Quest. That's one of my earliest memories for board games. So, I'm really a big fan of that game and that style. And of course, that got me hooked on Dungeons. Even before that, though, I had really been into reading books. And I think the combination of reading, reading so many books growing up and playing Hero Quest and the fact that the NES came out. I mean, the computers just started to come out as I was growing up. Like, everything in my life has just been timed. Like, it seems like it was created for me, right? And I know it wasn't. I get that. I'm not that arrogant. But, like, I was born, right? And then Nintendo comes along, and then Super Nintendo, of course, and then a whole gaming revolution, and the PCs and the internet and, this type of stuff. And, like, just crazy to think about. And I have a ton of respect for people who grew up before the internet era, like before there was that exposure, because I don't want to say like I would be bored out of my mind, because that seems to be like a common thing nowadays, like our attention spans or whatever, but D&D was there before all that, you know. Even before D&D, we had, writers like Tolkien, and before Tolkien, we had, other great writers throughout history. And some of my favorites, I don't know how far back everything goes, but I'm just going to name like fantasy favorites in general that I read growing up. I read, like, I want to say Edith Hamilton's Mythology. I think that's one of the books that I read. Really enjoyed that. Of course, the Tolkien stuff. I was a little too old to get into the Harry Potter stuff, but I have read some of it. I've watched all the movies. They're great too. And just what a better time, or like I couldn't think of a better time to be growing up and being a fan of fantasy fiction and even sci-fi fiction and so much other stuff. I mean, people are posting over in chats just all these other great authors. I once heard of this guy. His name was Scott Gray. I heard he wrote some awesome books too. So, I mean, I now have to put that in my bucket list. I got to read that stuff, and it's just amazing to just witness all of these changes to this genre, to see how D&D has changed. I didn't play it a lot when I was younger. I mean, I told the story about when I was 8 years old already and played in a shed in the dark with some friends during the pick a side years, like what team are you on? Team plus sign or team dragon sign, right? Like, I think you guys can figure out what I'm getting at there, but anyhow, it's so different nowadays. Like, if you're not a nerd, it's almost like you're on the minority side of it, so to have the community feel like it's kind of coming together. I mean, look at conventions. Like, they're huge. Like, everyone and their grandma wants to go to conventions. So, along that line, we're trying to just bring all that stuff together, and just see where the conversation takes us. So that's kind of my long answer. I apologize for, giving a sermon there. I know Cody had said he had a question, and he's been on since the beginning, for the most part. If anyone else has been on for a while, Dan or Alan has a question, that they'd like to shoot off to the group, we can go ahead and do that. Scott, if you thought of a question, I'd like to have you chime in too. Feel free to post this up in chat too, guys.
No, I'm fine for now. It's great just hearing everybody else's stories.
All right, well then, I'm gonna give it over to Cody. I think he's got a question for us. Is that right, Cody?
Yeah. So going off of my last question, which to go over again for Scott's purposes. My first question was your own either interested or want to. So my follow-up question, hold on, I'll try to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. Okay, so going off of my previous question, since I have not seen this, I've seen many articles about how to be a good GM, how to do this, how to do that. that formal how to GM, like a class almost. But anyone actually be interested in something more traditional like that rather than just tangentially learning through videos. Like with assignments and the exercises and, you know, curriculum kind of thing.
So can I just jump in and just say, so you're asking if you would rather have, are you asking if people would rather learn how to DM as almost not necessarily a class setting, but have almost like a lesson plan to say this is what you do to begin with and this is how you create worlds and that sort of thing, or are you trying to suggest that people, in general, DMs as a learning will go out and look for things on their own, and you're trying to
Like
give them another avenue for that kind of thing?
literally, I actually have a curriculum.
I'm gonna jump in real quick. If you're able to, can you type that for us? It's kind of flickering in and out. We're hearing you here and there, and I'm terribly sorry that you're experiencing that. But we want to get your question answered for you, but I think you're breaking up a bit. Did anyone catch any part of that? I want to say he was asking about curriculum. We'll see if he puts it up in the chat here. In the meantime, the rest of you on here, if you want to type your questions as well, just over in the chat, we'll bring them live into the conversation. We'll do them in the order that they're posted, starting after Cody's. So if you want to bring up, any of that, just put it over there. All right. So his question is anyone interested in doing a class that would teach GMing and such? So I have a couple of funny things on this real quick. There's a gentleman who actually has a bit that he uses over on the, let's see here, the RPG Wild Wild West. It's RPG W3 Facebook group. I spoke with him in a hangout a while back. Philip Posey, Philipposey, and he does the whole bit. He's got the outfit on. He's sitting like in a classroom setting, and he's got on the what's the word I'm looking for? He's got on I want to say a smoking pipe as well and a hat. I'm not sure, but anyways, he kind of does like advanced theory stuff as far as the DMing side of it goes. So if you want to check that out, head over to RPGW3 or head over to Mr. Posey's page on YouTube. I don't have the link, so if someone wants to find that and throw it over in chat, I'll bring it live into the conversation, or Joe will, or one of our other co-presenters will. Me personally, I'm kind of going to do that through segmented videos over the course of a period of time. It's not going to be like a 8-hour course where in only one weekend you can become a master DM, just because, number one, I don't think I was going to want to watch a video that long, and number two, I don't really think I'd stay awake for a video that long. I got a lot of stuff going on. But anyways, that's my take on it. Joe, you haven't been hosting too much lately. We've been passing it on to other people. It's time to earn your keep, bud. If you want to jump in here and switch that question to the next person, I'm out.
Well, left to right for me actually goes to Alan. I don't know, Alan, you've been sitting patiently. What's your opinion on having something more structured for DMs as far as teaching them what's going to work well and that kind of thing? Why don't you go ahead, Alan?
I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. I know videos have been the primary format thus far for teaching people outside of the Dungeon Master Guide itself. But I feel that, like a classroom setting or like the Google Hangout setting could be a lot more interactive, where if somebody has a particular question they want answered, they could ask for it and get a almost immediate response instead of having to wait for a reply on a YouTube video or something. But yeah, I think it could definitely help out a lot of new DMs, and especially give a good chance for if a veteran wants to come back and that hasn't been in the game in a while and polish off their skills and possibly even learn new tricks. I think it could be a really great idea and could work really well.
So your take on it, just so I make sure I understand you here, Joe, sorry for cutting you off, is you'd like to see that done in a live format, interactive format, rather than watching it in a video of any kind, whether it be a lengthy video or in a multi-sessional video. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like the
Okay.
interactive format.
Okay. Well, that's a cool idea. We might, if you haven't joined the Facebook group already, go ahead and do that, Alan, and you want to post that up in there. We'll consider that as maybe an option for adding that to our channel. I know our co-editor, or not co-editor, our editor-in-chief, rather, wants to talk on that in a little bit, but back to you, Joe. Control the flow.
All right. Dan, actually, I'm going to go to you next. And again, everybody knows that you're just kind of getting into this and you're getting a feel of how things are going. But if you were going to step into that DM world, do you feel that it would be useful to either have videos that you could look at it on a specific channel, or even to jump into a hangout that you could ask questions about and try to give some tutorial advice on that kind of thing? Why don't you go ahead, Dan?
I'm an all-around person. I can do pretty much anything, so I guess either way works for me. I don't have that much trouble understanding things, really.
But as far as, so you have this, I mean, let's take a look at D&D 3.5, and this is something I'll just kind of branch out a little bit. 3.5 has a whole bunch of literature written about all these different worlds and all these different types of way that you can play the setting as far as the 3.5 rule set is concerned. Would you find it then useful to have something that breaks some of that stuff down and allows you to give some tutorials as far as how to interact with the players that you're around and that kind of thing? Would you find that as a useful tool for you to understand some of that stuff and give you some little edge on how to do some of the DMing stuff?
So you're just basically saying simplifying it, right?
Not necessarily simplifying it, but giving you some of the breakdowns is, because some of the wording gets kind of, some of the text gets kind of wordy and that kind of thing. I mean, it's something that if that gives you that opportunity, would you find that kind of thing useful?
Well, yeah, like I said, either way though, to me would work. I mean, I don't mind reading, I don't mind watching videos, and I probably wouldn't mind jumping into a hangout like this to learn more.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, Cody's looking to work on some of that stuff, so you got some of the people that are willing to join you with that, Cody. David, you're next on the left to right line, so why don't you give us your opinion on what you think as far as the DM curriculum is concerned?
All right. I already kind of do this type of thing on Roll20. For me, it starts out, generally I ask people, well, what are you looking to learn about? If it's something I don't know, obviously I go and read as much as I can and figure out things, and then I explain it to others. But it starts usually people want to learn about D&D and things like that and how things work. So I set up a class, and based on that, people's skill levels and things like that, what experience they have, and then I go from there. So I definitely think it's a good thing for people, because then each week you're learning how to be better, but at the same time the GM or the person who's teaching you is also learning at the same time, because there's no perfect GM. It's just you get better as time goes and you keep getting better, obviously, but you keep learning as well. So it's definitely a great experience, and I would recommend it for people and things like that. But I do have a said hangout area on Roll20. I used it, in fact, to show Joe, Brennan, and everybody how to use Roll20 actually itself. So definitely is a lot of room for that.
Hey, David,
I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
David, I want to give you a second here. Last night we kind of alluded to it a little bit, but we made it official today. If you want to talk on your new your new position here on the channel. And if you want to bring any stuff on board, that way with the videos, if you want to, however you want to tie that in, I'll let you talk for a moment on that.
So, thank you again for making me editor. I really appreciate that so much. I can't thank you guys enough. I would like to, if you would let me actually. I know Cody is trying to do this. Maybe we can set something up with Cody and everything for this class hangout thing, and I could do that maybe once a week or something if that's okay with you, Cody. We could definitely do that and bring that over. If it were for Brennan and Joe, obviously I would try and bring in possibly some of my abstract RPGs that I play and stuff. Maybe post a little bit on those and things like that. But yeah, we could definitely do something like that if that's okay with you, Cody, because I have a Roll20 thing set up for GMing. So you can definitely teach people.
Yeah, I mean, so there's some chat going on as far as doing a two-teacher setup or whatever, but it doesn't necessarily have to be two people teaching a class or doing a curriculum. But if we have two people who have this idea of, hey, we want to educate people on what they can do to be a better GM, if you are able to then converse about what your ideas are and what Cody's ideas are, and say, hey, this works well for me, this works well for me, you can then educate many different people because you can reach out to those different people. Somebody might understand David's perspective better. Somebody might understand Cody's perspective better. And if we can facilitate that sort of conversation and get more and more people involved, that's what this is all about. Getting those people together and saying, hey, this is your forum. You guys are able to reach out and talk about these different things. You're able to have this sort of education going on. I think that really gives you guys, people who are willing to take on the responsibility to teach what you know and your experiences. I think that really gives you the forum and the standing to say, hey, you guys can you can make a better game for yourself. You can make a better game for your players. And if we can facilitate that for you guys, I say we're just going to go for it. So like Brennan was saying, just get you guys together and hash that kind of stuff out. I think that's really awesome. And you guys can really just kind of go off with it, and that's really cool. So my left to right, actually Ethereal, you're in the middle. So Ethereal, what's your idea? What's your opinion on having sort of a DM conference or sort of education class? Why don't you go ahead and take that one?
Actually, I think it's a pretty great idea. I mean, there are always ways to, I guess, just knives sharpen the knives. Basically, everybody can get sharper just by talking about things that they've experienced as being a GM and how to confront and problems and things that come up often. I mean, you hear lots of times, often, especially on all the Facebook pages, about how do you deal with power gamers or certain class builds or miscellaneous things that are ambiguous in descriptions in the rules. And you can, I mean, even if it's not necessarily something that's purely just fact-based, different ways to problem solve with all the miscellaneous things that come up when role playing. I also saw someone speaking earlier on Facebook about simple things like, how do you help a game continue moving when things seem to have stagnated and things like that, and the benefits of using correct DM language like yes and yes and yes but, as things to kind of key off of to continue letting your players know that things are positive and that you have the opportunity to do this, but there are positive and negative consequences to the actions that you're taking, and kind of reinforcing that is a great way to make the entire community better and help more people have fun. I think it's a great idea.
Awesome. Yeah, and like I said, just bringing everybody together to understand the terminologies and that kind of stuff is great. That's a great point, Ethereal. Owen, you're going to be up in this one. Right? You do a lot of DMing. What would you say is your opinion on some curriculum for that kind of thing?
Well, to be honest, in my experience, I think that what we have so far obviously covers the DMing training aspect, but in my experience, from what I've been through, I think that another really big factor to consider is players. And like I've said a couple times, I think that there are so many people out there that they have these mental blocks around DMing, around role playing, around that kind of thing. And there are there are a lot of people that are unwilling to open their mind to the idea in the first place, but also more than that, there are the people that might possibly get to the point of trying to join a session, but run into a lot of obstacles in really embracing the idea of role playing. Most of my sessions have come to those kinds of obstacles, where I start DMing with people, and I know how to DM, I know how to play my role in that. We run into a lot of obstacles like metagaming. We run into a lot of obstacles like min-maxing. I pull a lot of people from video games, so on and so forth. And they would be so open-minded to allow the idea of role-playing to be a reality for them. But then if they've been gaming and so on and so forth for so long, they get to this point in D&D where they hit this kind of roadblock where it's role-playing. Role-playing is the roadblock. They can be in groups, they can be there, they can listen, they can be a part of it, and they can think about what's happening, but both the theater of the mind and the role-playing aspect is a huge obstacle for them to overcome. The idea of kind of letting go of the reality of their real world and opening up their mind and kind of letting the role-playing aspect take control of who they are and letting them become the character. And through venues like Facebook and through venues like our chats here, we obviously don't have anyone in our chat. Well, we do. We've got Dan here, and we've been talking about the idea of Dan potentially being a DM, but I don't think that's going to be Dan's obstacles. He's got a lot more hurdles to overcome before he comes to the point of being able to even entertain the possibility of DMing. And it takes a certain kind of person, it takes a certain kind of environment to put them in a place where they're comfortable enough to open their mind to that. And it takes a certain kind of person to tell them the basics. You need to put it right out there for them. To say, look, you need to trust your DM, first of all. You need to understand that both the DM and the players are working together for a common goal. And I think a lot of people come into it thinking that they are playing against their DM, per se. And I just think that that's kind of the other part of it. We can focus on DMs, but DMs are only as useful as their players allow them to be.
All right, I got to jump in here, Owen, because that's a profound thought. You know, I really think a lot of people maybe miss that part of it. And as long as we're on the conversation, I wasn't going to do this. I was just going to surprise even you guys because I love my family. I love my friends. I love the new people coming in here tonight. I mean, we're making great conversations. We're making awesome connections. My head blew up earlier when Andrew dropped in. I'm such a huge fan of him, you know, and it's like in a way, it's like meeting a real life celebrity, you know, someone you idolize, right? The guy is awesome, and I can't say enough thank yous for him stopping by. Then I get a message from my buddy Ty. Ty tells me he's got a surprise. I'm like, cool. I like surprises. I had no idea what Ty was going to bring up. Nothing at all. And this is one of those things where, like, all of a sudden, Scott shows up, and I see him, and I'm like, Scott Fitzgerald Gray. I'm like running it through my head. I'm like, all right, so Ty said the surprise is here. So I jump back into the room. I'm looking. I'm like, oh wow, I've got to know. I got to figure out what this is. I got to figure out what's going on here because Ty wouldn't just bring somebody in, you know, like, and say it's a surprise, you know, for no reason. So like, I'm just flabbergasted at how tonight's gone down. But if you think that everything that's happened so far is exciting, along with what Owen was just saying, I'm going to do something maybe a little bit boring for a moment. And actually, you know what? I'm going to ask Joe to do it because I think he can see it on our YouTube page, or even David. I don't want to click off of the live page that I'm on right now because I don't know if that'll affect the feed at all. So if you guys could bring up the playlist that I put out there, the different names for what I plan on doing with this. Joe, David, one of you nod or type something in chat. Let me know when you're ready.
I have the playlist, but it's only what you've broadcasted so far because I'm logged in under myself.
David, do you have it up by chance? Or have you not? Okay. Joe, get logged in. We'll bring that up in a minute. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot that I had to have the Hangout thing up.
Oh, wait, here we go.
You got the full list?
Yep.
All right. Do me a favor. Post that to me in a Facebook message because I want to read those off. I want to be the one to say what we're going to be doing with this, all the different columns, all the different ideas we've got in place already. And this is before tonight happened. This is before any of you guys came in here. This is before all the surprises happened. This is where I was thinking about taking it, bouncing it off of Joe, some of my IRL friends, and I'd like to know what you guys think of this. So if you want to leave it in the comments or whatnot, that would be fantastic. We should be getting the list here in a moment. So in the meantime, I'm going to pass it over to somebody else, and if I hold up my finger, or that kind of thing, I'm ready to go. All right? Thanks, guys.
I mean, I still,
Well, go ahead, Owen. Go ahead.
I'd just like to wrap up a little bit of what I'm saying, and that the kind of last thing that I said is that there's a lot of talk of DMing here, and we're obviously, all things considered, we're all kind of advanced role players. Obviously, I mean, besides Dan, because Dan is new to it, but in my opinion, Dan is kind of at the heart of role playing, in the sense that, like I said before, a DM is only as good as their players, and new players, I think new players are kind of the heart of role playing, because once you get into role playing, once you understand it, you understand it. You've overcome that obstacle. You're there. You can play with anybody. You can play on Roll20. You can play in real life. You can go to your local gaming store, whatever. You can play with anybody because role playing is role playing. You know how to be someone besides yourself. But bringing new people into that community is the hardest part, because it's such a huge obstacle for people that have never had that kind of understanding before to overcome. And while we can create one-on-one courses, 102 courses for people to be better DMs, DMing is only going to be as thorough as the person is willing to invest their own time and invest their own creativity in it. With role playing, there are obstacles in the way. These people are out of touch with the kind of thing that we're talking about here. And if you're going to try and teach people, that's the real hard part. And that's the most important part in my mind, is bringing people out of the real world into role playing and helping them to understand their role, understanding what they're capable of. And that's what I like to do. That's my experience. That's the kind of people that I have worked with. And that's where I get my satisfaction, is taking someone from scratch, someone from the role play, from the video game industry or whatever, people from anywhere else, and opening their mind to role playing. I just want to say that means far more to me than anything else, and that's really what I seek in my campaigns. And I've played mostly with people that have been coming from that environment.
Oh, and you're not done. You're hosting right now.
I mean, I do have a lot more to say.
No.
Years.
No. We don't need you to say anymore. We need you to pass the mic.
Oh,
No, we've got the order. You've been reading chat. Up next is Scott.
Oh, yeah, I'm not reading chat. I'm speaking, because last time it didn't do me very good things when I was trying to talk and read chat.
But it was hilarious, Owen. That's the best part.
Yeah, I hear it's Scott next. What do you think?
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree on pretty much every level. I mean, it's the, both the sort of the general idea of what kind of resources are useful for players and DMs. Really kind of ties into what Owen was saying. The underlying issue is that there isn't one way to play this game. That's really what it comes down to, I think. And that's why I think it is a challenge to get people to play, especially in this day and age when there's so many other ways you can get, like a kind of a heroic fantasy game fix. unlike in my day when I started. It's a challenge to keep people playing the game because you need to get them invested. You hope that they get into a good group, but if the group doesn't quite work, then the person gets a bad experience of the game. It's not a problem with the game, it's a problem with the group, but it's hard to make them understand that, and it's certainly hard to sometimes to convince them to give it another shot. So I think the more resources, the better. And probably on some level, the more focused the resources, the better. So that it's not a matter of saying, here's some information on how to, be a better player. Here's some information on how to be a better DM. But sort of, here's information on one issue that you're likely to face if you're trying to make the transition from being a player to being a good DM. Here's an issue that you might face if you're a DM and you've got a group of players who really don't like to role play. They're not into the whole character thing. They just like to roll dice and have fun. How do you approach that? How do you deal with that? Split it up into distinct parts. I think that's actually something that, I could be wrong, but the first time I really saw it addressed was in the 3.5 Dungeon Master's Guide 2, was when they really sort of, broke away from just the mechanical stuff that was in both the 3.0 and the 3.5 DMGs and really tried to look at, okay, what goes on when a DM's actually playing a game, when they broke out the different types of players for the first time, right? So that a DM can say, okay, if you've got, the actor, if you've got the power gamer, how do you deal with those things? How do you keep them both happy? How do you make them want to play together? How can you get them both playing to their strengths to make a really good, effective game? And I think that kind of approach is the best one going forward, probably. Both for what you guys are trying to do and also in general. It's not a matter of saying, here's the best way to play this game. Here's what you need to learn. It's a matter of asking, how are you playing your game? What sorts of challenges are you finding? What sorts of things are going on? What things do you want to improve? And then saying, oh, okay, yeah, well, that's fine. Here's what I did when that problem, showed up at my table. I think that's a really probably the single most effective way to make something like that work. At the end of the day, I think most people have the experience of, many people have the experience of when you learn the game, you can only go so far with the rules. You have to have somebody else show you what's going on. You just have to sort of sit in on your first game and just sort of, you don't know what's going on. You have no idea what's happening, and you just sort of pick things up as you're going along. And I think the approach of, instructional videos, of actually showing games in progress, things that are going on, I think is a really, really good one. I think it's a good way forward. Yeah, so that's it for me. Do I pass it now to Ty?
Yeah, I can jump in here.
Okay.
Uh-oh. What's he hold? Oh. Brennan's holding up the Player's Handbook 2 from 3.5. A lot of love for that, apparently. As far as the subject matter we've been talking about the last little bit about sort of, teaching dungeon masters or helping people to be better dungeon masters. I think it was either, I forget who exactly, but I think it was either Cody or Alan one mentioned sort of old school gamers and helping them, and that's something I can relate to, especially with, I kind of consider myself a long-time dungeon master, but I've not done any dungeon mastering online as of yet. I'm almost to the point where I'm comfortable with it. Plus, I've still been learning 5th edition over the last few months or whatever. But there's definitely different dynamics between live tabletop role-playing at the table with all your friends and doing online gaming. I mean, not just the technical issues, you're also very often dealing with players who are new to you. They might not even be friends. You might not have even spoken with them, before the game starts. So there's some different thought processes, and that's one of the things I've been doing is trying to figure all that out, get a feel for it, and become more comfortable with it. And I think I'm about to that level, and hopefully I will be soon. Brennan, I'm going to throw it back at you. You're sitting there not doing anything.
All right. What are we throwing back at me? Just the control of the channel?
Sure.
Oh man.
We got through that series of questions. I could always hit Scott up and ask him, since he's such a good writer, why isn't he the next George Martin yet? But he might not want to go into that.
Actually, I want to hear about his storied past. What did the interviewer ask Mr. RDJ? How'd that go?
What was that? Sorry.
What did the interviewer ask RDJ the other day about his storied past? Was that what spurred it?
I don't know.
Sorry, it was from last night. We talked about it a little bit. I think.
Okay.
Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I'm just teasing. All right, Ty,
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Since you have a question you want to ask or something, if you'd like, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I've been looking for questions over here. If I missed anybody, someone let me know. But I don't think I've missed anything. Anyone have any questions they want to ask? We've got a great panel tonight. I think we've got a full boat still. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got 10 people on the call. Awesome. That is a full boat indeed. Plus, we've had a lot of viewers on YouTube tonight. Actually, our highest viewership ever. So thanks for tuning in there. I'm sure after we post the video and people see what actually all transpired, we'll be having more going forward, which is one of the reasons that we're moving over to Twitch, because we'll be able to get more people involved via the chat, whereas right now the chat's just you guys and people Facebook and me that are watching on YouTube and that kind of stuff. So, thanks for joining the conversation. Anyone have any questions? I will pass it on to the first person to nod their head with a question. If I'm missing head nodding, I don't know. All right, whoever wants to talk, go ahead.
I did have one just specific question, and for anybody who hasn't answered this question, I would like to know. It's going to be probably, I think, Scott, Ethereal, Dan, Cody, and Alan. I'd like to know your ideal world for role-playing, whether it be from literature or entertainment or just from your own mind. We're going to start with Scott, and I'm going to go from my right to left.
Okay. I'm going to kind of take the creative coward's way out with sort of the broad answer. My favorite world for role-playing is mine. All of my D&D stuff and all of my sort of historic / heroic fantasy fiction all takes place in the same fairly large, fairly expansive world. And I like playing around with that. I like the idea that when I'm messing around doing notes for campaigns, if I'm coming up with notes for story ideas, it all kind of feeds into the same thing. It's sort of one huge hopper of creativity, and I can just kind of shovel stuff into it and see what comes out. And I really, really like that. As far as other worlds, things I'd like to play in, pretty much any of the stuff that, like the books that kind of meant the most to me as a fantasy fan when I was getting into it. I think you'd actually earlier, Owen, mentioned Dune, which would be a huge choice if I could ever get anybody to pull it off. One thing that actually I would also probably say Tolkien, but one of the things about that is we actually did that when I was in high school. A friend of mine, the same friend that introduced me to D&D in the first place, we did a huge mega campaign, ran for about 3 years. It was an analog Lord of the Rings. It was basically a takeoff on Lord of the Rings that he'd rewritten, and it was set on Larry Niven's Ringworld. So it was this insane mashup of high fantasy and high tech, and it was spectacular fun. It was a sort of thing that you look at it on paper and you think this is never going to work, but he pulled it off perfectly. It was a huge treat to have played in that campaign.
I love so much that you said Dune, because that's literally my number one. And like you said, if anyone could pull it off, it's the true reality of that statement. Because man,
that
what
would be
a world!
tricky.
It's absolutely crazy. Someday I'll give it a shot. Next, we're gonna go to Ethereal. theory you may have answered this the other day, but I'm not sure if you were in on that one or not.
I don't think I answered one about my ideal world to actually play in. Now, of course, besides my own, I'm just gonna go skip right on past that. Honestly, I would very much like to be immersed in something like the Sword of Truth series. Like, I really like the idea behind all the. I mean, it's not straight-laced D&D, but it definitely has. I really like the feel of being immersed in all the miscellaneous cultures and the way that magic comes about, not just from being like a straight wizard and just learning about it, but all the miscellaneous sub tiers of magic and exploring all of that, things that aren't necessarily mainstream. And I think you might be able to get a lot of that with D&D now, but I really like the elements of including in all of these huge battles, but they're more focus on the dynamic of the interpersonal aspect of it rather than just the massive battle aspect like Lord of the Rings sometimes is.
I'll have to look into that. I'll look into that. I don't really know what you're referring to. Can you type that in chat? What we should look up for you? Next up, Dan. What do you think, man? By the way, we're talking video games, books, whatever it may be. Just kind of your favorite scenario, favorite world. I might even go League of Legends. By the way, that's fair enough. I'm not gonna rule it out.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to call it like Scott did. My own stuff. Like I mentioned, I did an online play for 2 years. I mean, me and a friend developed it all from beginning to end, and yeah, your own stuff seems to be the best way to go.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Cody, what do you think, man?
Well, I'm going to break the mold here and actually flat out say that I have never experienced a setting that I have been super gung-ho about. Even when I was reading, when I was really into reading, I've never really had the amount of excitement, adventure, and whatever as everyone else has. Like Star Wars didn't do it for me. Forgotten Realms didn't do it for me. I mean, like, I liked certain things from them, but overall, like, it didn't touch me in a way that it touched everyone else. So, when I say that my worlds are the only ones that I would really play in, that's the truth. Flat out, I can't fathom using something that I can't put my heart and soul into. Even if I like it, like, yeah, I like Star Wars, but could I run it? No. Not in your lifetime. It's hard. Like, and if you don't have that passion, go ahead, Joe. You can ask.
Well, I just got one more after you, but do you mind giving us a little taste, Cody, of what your world is, just a little bit?
Well, I have multiple, actually, and this is why it's been kind of interesting to hear from other people that they had only one world for 17 years. Like, that blows my mind because I'm constantly recycling, redoing, and I'm currently on my 8th and 9th worlds, or essentially settings, because, anyway, I have, for 8 years, every year, basically, I've created a different setting. And the one I'm creating now is a heroic science fantasy that is based in an alternate Earth where certain philosophies and religions didn't actually exist, and kind of pick and choosing certain things to change around. So the left side, Sinestros, was devastated by apocalypse that was magic coming to the world, and the right side is a true electronic democratic city-states kind of thing, and that's a lot of information. The 456 city-states of the Dexterous Empire, or Dexterous Empire, which is very, very much. There's modern guns. There's riot shields. There's cars. There's whatever, but it's still fantasy. But the left side is a little bit more traditional, medieval-ish. And I've just kind of been developing that for the last 2 months, and I've gotten pretty far so far. But the other one that I'm working on is actually a little bit more lighthearted, and it's a little bit more about a school setting and more traditional fantasy, but my way. Not magic or anything like that, but the power is called educing, which to educe means to bring forth. So it's about summoners, basically. Think like Digimon or Pokemon, except you only got one. And, you have to develop that relationship with that creature to do anything. But yeah, so those are the 2 that I'm working on currently, or 3, technically, if you want to get real depth.
Okay, Cody. I think they're all amazing, by the way. I think it's awesome, first of all, combining kind of the old with new and putting them against each other. I've always just played the old setting, and I've always kind of been jealous of the new one. It's pretty crazy to combine them. Second of all, Pokemon. I know you said it's not Pokemon, but in itself, I think that's amazing. A spin-off of that, or whatever take you want to take on that, that's something that's never even occurred to me. I think that's a lot of really good potential there. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've gotten my own little twists on it and things like that, but I've always been a fan of Mon games, and that idea for Mon stuff has been since I was 8 years old. Before I even knew what game mastering was, I always wanted to make my own because I always didn't like Digimon and Pokemon. I was kind of like, these are cool, but and that's what I meant by I didn't have any settings beforehand that I really liked. Like, I liked parts of it, but
that's really cool. I think you have a really refined sense of what you're looking for, and I think that an important thing in a lot of PCs, for example, even with D&D, is that a lot of people really find a lot of value in their personal companionships. A lot of people always want the companions, they want the pets, they want the so on and so forth. They want their partner, almost, their other half. I think that's a big draw for a lot of PCs to go towards certain character classes in D&D. And I think it's a really good idea to kind of take a take on that specifically and have a focus on that for all players. I think that's awesome. It never even occurred to me, but I would definitely consider that in one of my own campaigns even. I love that.
So as a point of clarification, it's not one world. It's a multiverse. I have 10 planets and 9 solar systems. The story on each planet is totally different. The 160,000 years of history is for one planet. The planets are inextricably linked somehow, but this is my DM world. This is my passion. This is what I do. This is what I'm writing about. As I mentioned before, I'm in progress in my first book. I have probably about 25,000 words done. I'm looking to get it to 85, 90,000, somewhere in that area before I even think about being done with it. And that's the first of an 8-book series, and possibly an additional 8 books. It depends on what the interest is. So it's really ambitious, and the thing is like, if it never happens, like, I can't be upset about it because obviously it has to be popular for other people. But basically, it's not one world, it's not one setting, it's a lot of worlds. I just wanted to clarify.
All right, that's awesome, Brennan. And I can't wait to hear your books, for real. We only have one more left on my question, and that is Alan. We haven't heard from him in a while. What's your setting, Alan?
One thing before I talk about my setting is I just wanted to say, Cody, both of those worlds you mentioned sound really cool, and if you don't mind, I'd love playing in the one with the summoners sometime after you get it polished out.
It's already done.
But
I'm actually looking for players for it.
all right, well, if you would consider me for it, I'd be honored.
Is it online, Cody? Can you do it online, or are you doing it with a couple friends, or what's the story there?
Games are. I live in Las Vegas, and so.
You kind of cut out for a minute there. You've got some personal friends you're probably doing it with, did you say? Yeah, why don't you just type it in chat? Alan, why don't you follow up?
Well, I've always really felt drawn towards Forgotten Realms and recently the world of Old World of Darkness, but even though they will always hold a special place in my heart, I would have to go with what a lot of people have been saying in my own custom world. Well before we finally got our first Dungeons and Dragons book, we, like I said, we did our own homebrew RPG, and I was assigned to be the dungeon master of it, and I made up my own world with my own rules, my own history, and everything, and I actually have 3 worlds made up, but one of them in particular is a fantasy, a medieval world. The other one's a post-apocalyptic sci-fi, and another one's a steampunk. But my favorite is my medieval fantasy world, which is draws a lot of inspiration from Dungeons and Dragons, Lord of the Rings, World of Warcraft, and one of my favorite role-playing series of video games, the Dragon Age series. I've kind of drawn a bunch of inspiration from those along with some completely original ideas for it, and I've always had a lot of fun with that setting, and I'd have to say that's probably my favorite setting to run a game in.
That's awesome. I think the Dragon Age setting is one of the best RPGs of the last decade. I mean, I really love that too. It's a great choice. All right, I think the second game was not particularly great, David. You do have a point. I think Joe, or did you have a question? Were you up next, man?
Well, I just don't know that if your commentary was verbatim to what David said in chat, but I'm okay with it. Keeping it PG. No, I don't really have any questions. I'm to be perfectly honest, I'm really just enjoying. You know, they call it Google Hangouts for a reason, and just the fact that I'm hanging out with people. I mean, I really can't say that I've had a better time than tonight, just hanging out with people, listening to what everybody else is saying, what they enjoy. I mean, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I just love it.
It has been a really, really amazing session. If anybody has a question, we hear a lot of questions. We have a lot of recited questions. But kind of our guests, does anybody have something on their mind that they've been wondering about, whether it's a big question or not, or even it's just a topic you'd like to talk about? Dan, Cody, Alan, Therial. We'd love to hear from Anti.
Who we trying to?
Okay. I'm going to put Scott on the hot seat for a second here.
Okay.
Trying to avoid that.
I realize one, if he knows something he's probably not allowed to say, and I realize he's not here as an official spokesperson for Wizards of the Coast. So I won't ask specifics, but do you know of any? Just keep it simple for fans. Do you know of any cool stuff that could be coming up? And go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I typically don't know anything because I'm only a freelancer. I'm literally like geographically I'm about 600 miles from Wizards of the Coast, but sort of intellectually and philosophically I'm a lot even farther than that. It's kind of like if they're Earth, I'm like Neptune. The only stuff I hear about is usually stuff that I might have a chance at working on if they touch base with me to ask me what my schedule's like or what's going on and that sort of thing. I can say, though, that there are some cool things coming out. Can't say anything specific, but I think most people know if you've been sort of following along with with the announcements and such, sort of the number of storylines that they're doing every year, and sort of like for the first year storyline, it was the Tiamat story, Hoard of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat, and then the Princes of the Apocalypse right now doing Elemental Evil, and they've talked about sort of the rate at which they're going to be rolling out new stories, which are going to sort of be the focus of organized play adventures and such. And I know a little bit about some of the stuff that's in the pipeline, and it is pretty cool. I think people will be pretty excited by it.
Yeah, I've noticed, and I think a lot of people have noticed, Wizards is taking a different approach with the releases for this edition than they seem to have in the past. 3.5 definitely, and 4, it was like rulebook after rulebook. It was almost like every month there was a new rulebook. And now they seem to be taking the opposite approach. It's more story focused than rule specific focus. And I think that's a good fit for the edition, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. Again, like I don't know anything about the decision-making process. This is just sort of me on the outside. But I think one of the things that looks pretty obvious to anybody who looks at it is a lot of what they're doing in terms of the storylines and in terms of the support material. They're really throwing a lot behind organized play. They really, really want to kind of create a community of players, I think, and get people out there in stores, and at schools and such, just actually playing the game, And it's a really cool approach, I think, because it means that, especially with the basic rules online, if you're willing to work with those limitations, or if you're just looking for something to get a taste of the game, it's really easy to get playing. It's really easy to get involved in organized play without having to drop a huge amount of money on all the books and all the supplements and such. And I think it's a really, really cool approach. I think it speaks to how confident they are that they put together a pretty good game with fifth edition, and the fact that if they can get it in front of people, if they can show what the game's capable of doing, both for new players and for old players, ones that are just starting out, ones that are coming back to D&D for the first time since AD&D. In a lot of cases, I've actually met and talked to a few of those players. It's an edition that I think a lot of people have really embraced, because it really it's a good game, it's a fast game, it's very well put together, but it really feels like D&D. And I think the dedication to organized play, I think, kind of goes hand in hand with that. They really just want it to, feels to me like they really just want to create an environment where people can just get together and play, and that's it. Back
for a moment.
Well, I was gonna add a little bit to what Scott was saying as far as, in my perspective. I'm not coming into this as far as playing D&D for 20, 30 years or whatever, but I've played Magic the Gathering for quite a while, and I've had experience from the alpha beta sets until what modern day Magic is. And in my perspective, I really feel that they've done the same thing with 5th edition of D&D, what Wizards of the Coast has also done with the last couple years, last 3 or 4 years maybe, of Magic the Gathering, where they've taken it out to the community and they've said, what do you guys like to play? What do you guys like to do as far as a story? They've given the sets of Magic the Gathering, the blocks of Magic the Gathering, a story that goes from an intro, a rise, and a fall, or beginning, middle, end. They've given that sort of feel to their Magic cards, and I think that has increased their player base as far as what Magic has done. And if they've then carried that on to what is happening with D&D, that's a huge boon for both portions of what their major fan base is. And I think that's something that if they continue to do that, and if, when I say Scott, make sure that they understand that this is working well for them. I'm sure they do. But, this is something that obviously they know that this is a good piece for what they've got going on. I think that's huge, and I think that's something that more companies really need to take into account as far as what do their players like to do. They've taken the time to ask their players. They've taken the time to ask the community, and they've incorporated that into not just one aspect of what they're doing, but all aspects of what they're doing. I think that's just awesome, and obviously it shows on the player side of it. You have more and more people playing Magic the Gathering than ever before. You have more and more people playing Dungeons and Dragons, role-playing games, all the tabletop stuff than ever before, and they've really just taken to another level that I don't know 5 years ago if you would have asked, where would these types of games be 5 years from now, nobody would have thought the advancement was going to go where it's taken them to. And it's really a testament to what they've done as far as a company and as far as research and development that I don't think anybody really anticipated. And I think that's just amazing. That's what I had, Brendan.
So I apologize. I kind of lost my train of thought there. Owen, or not Owen, Jesus. Scott, what did you just finished up saying before you finished there?
Oh, just talking about the focus. The focus on organized play, the idea that they're really just trying to get the game in front of people and give people, as much opportunity as possible to play in an environment that can really help teach people the game, especially new players.
Yeah, so it came back to me what I was going to say.
Yeah.
More bold predictions. We made bold predictions on the Star Wars trailer and what we thought was going to happen there. So we're going to go ahead and say purely speculative.
Okay.
But today is April 24th. As far as I know, nothing new has been announced. Well, April 24th, if you're in the Central Time Zone yet, it might be a little later than that for some of you. Anyways, my prediction is this. They will be going back to Dark Sun. Number one. They will probably revisit the Underdark. They will probably revisit a lot of old classical stories. I don't know what's already out, so if some of this stuff's already out, I apologize, but these are my predictions. I'm just getting into 5th myself. I got the core stuff. I'm going to be buying the supplements. But anyways, keep on the Borderlands, against the Slave Lords. I know they came out as a collector's edition already in 3.5. I think really just any module that was immensely popular that hasn't been out for a while or wasn't done well, let's say, for a while, that's what you can expect. So Dark Sun again is my guess. I'm going to say they're probably going to do Ravenloft again. I don't know. I would think that they do maybe some of the other worlds that they have created. Like, do they do anything with Greyhawk? I don't know. But these are my guesses, bold predictions. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I can say for my part, I honestly don't know what's coming up, but I would certainly enjoy seeing any of the stuff that you've talked about. I think the old campaign settings are just they're so ripe, for reworking. It would be a really cool thing, to see them try to try to bring those back in some capacity. The old adventures as well. I mean, one of the coolest things that I got to do working for Wizards of the Coast was I did a 4th edition adaptation of the original Tomb of Horrors module. I also worked on, there was a Tomb of Horrors Super Adventure which I worked on as well with Ari Marmel. He was lead designer on it, so I got to work on that with him. But there was also a separate, just a straight adaptation of the original Tomb of Horrors adventure that was done as an RPGA rewards adventure for RPGA DMs. And it was really one of the coolest things I ever worked on, because it was just sort of getting back to the nuts and bolts of the original material and just being able to dig in and update it for new rules. It was a lot of fun.
We just had a chat attack happen. That's crazy. Someone just posted a WOT. Oh man, we're gonna have to boot that guy. Let's see who was responsible for such a lengthy thing. No one's gonna read all that. Oh, look at that. It was that guy. All right. You know who you are. We'll see. All right. I honestly, I don't even know which direction to go right now. This is a great conversation. Any of the co-hosts want to take over or push in a different direction or answer some questions? Ty,
I'm reading right now, man.
So,
all right.
wait, so we had. This is going to be very general, and I apologize. I didn't really formulate this question before I just started talking, so I'm just going to talk. So we had a question posed by Brennan the other night about who was a better wizard, Dumbledore or Gandalf. And you know, my opinion was I've never read Harry Potter, I've never watched Harry Potter, and never will. So my question is now going to be, who is your favorite villain from a fantasy setting? I guess, yeah, just from a fantasy setting. I mean, you've got all kinds of options in different worlds and different campaigns. You can bring up your own homebrew stuff. I know Cody's big into that, so if you want to bring something into that and give us a little background as far as what that villain is and why don't no? There's no Star Wars in this fantasy setting. I don't know why you're. This is a totally different question. Sci-fi is not allowed in this fantasy question. That's just ridiculous, David. I don't understand.
So could we do like Shadow Father instead of like Dark Father? Could we say that our favorite villain is Shadow Father, like a fantasy? Anyone? No.
No.
All right.
No.
I'm not even gonna answer it. I'm gonna give it to the chatters, the panel. Go ahead, guys.
All right, so I'm gonna just go left to right since I guess I posed this question. Alan, actually, you're gonna be up. I know you've been sitting there patient and quiet for a little while, so you're gonna have the floor on this one. Your favorite villain and why in a fantasy setting?
That's kind of a hard question for me. Um, I guess in a fantasy setting, so could I use something from a tabletop, or are you looking for something from like a media source?
No, no. If you feel a tabletop setting or a book setting that you don't know that everybody's going to understand, feel free to give that as your answer, but just elaborate a little bit so we have an understanding as far as why or what that character had, why that character is your choice.
Okay. It's actually gonna be I'm gonna take it from my homebrew setting. Something one of my players played a villain actually. Um, I like this. I like this character because he didn't start off as a villain, and I'm a real big fan of character progression and characters changing paths and stuff throughout the story. So he started off as a farmer, a peasant, was his original character idea. He said he was going to play a farmer, and then he was going to evolve into something else as we go along with the game. Eventually, he ended up turning it into a paladin who, through a long series of events, found out that his family had been cursed by one of the great demon lords. His great grandfather, who was also a paladin, ended up making a deal with the demon lord to sell his grandson's soul in exchange for saving his wife's life. And eventually, when this came to term, my player, he was as I said, he was playing a paladin. It was a one-on-one game that lasted for almost 2 years, and he ended up being like in shock and awe that his entire life was devoted to being a holy righteous crusader, and that he had already been sold off to a demon lord, somebody he'd been fighting his entire life, and eventually he was possessed by the demon, and he went on and he served him reluctantly. He had no real choice in the matter, and eventually he grew to hate the demon more and more, and he sought help of necromancers who he went and got himself killed, which broke the possession, and they raised him as a Death Knight, which is my world follows a lot like a World of Warcraft style Death Knight, who's but it's just a little cat. They are a fallen paladin who has been raised by dark magic, and he was raised as the Death Knight, and with the help of this cult, ended up killing the Demon King and eventually being mind controlled once again by the cult. And once he finally got enough power to break free of yet another servitor, and this is after a long and treacherous life where he had lost a lot of his family and loved ones, and he eventually came out to the point where he forgot what it meant to be human, and he just stopped caring, and he was tired of being used and abused. And once he broke free from their mind control, which was after a devastating war nearly destroyed the capital city of one of the greatest kingdoms, which he was the general of an assault on. This was near the very end of the campaign, and it ended with him being stripped of nearly all of his power, and eventually he was sucked in to the nether realm, cursed by the gods of the realm for his leading the assault on one of the capitals and nearly dooming the empire. And he, after being locked away in the nether realm, currently in the lower standing, he is still in the nether realm, and he is currently trying to atone, seek some sort of redemption for falling from grace as hard as he did. And not only is he trying to clear his family's name now, but also trying to clean the slate of the millions of people that he ended up killing. And it's just, I liked how his character progressed through the campaign and turned from a hero to a villain, and now he's slowly trying to regain his hero side. I just thought it was a very deep and fleshed out character, and I had to say that he is probably one of my favorites that I've seen in any game I've ran or any book I've read or movie I've seen.
Nice. I'm a huge fan of character progression of my own sort of ideas. I generally mine go the other way, where it's not necessarily bad, but neutral to good. But the fact that you've got, neutral to bad, back to good, just trying to redeem himself, I think that's really cool. Like you said, just a lot of character growth, which is really awesome to have in a character. Cody, I'm gonna head over to you on that one. So, a villain that you're a huge fan of in a setting, whether it be, book, movie, your settings, whatever you got.
Well, if it's from my settings, that's pretty much the only thing I can really get into. Because, like I keep saying over and over again, a lot of settings have just not really gotten in my heart to a point where, I could be like, guys, freaking Darth Vader's awesome as shit, because he's cool, but to me, he's just not, like, my favorite. So, I guess one of my favorites, or one of the best things I like about villains, is villains that are gray morality. I'm just a huge fan of gray morality. I actually had a man in in my setting who was considered a villain for the longest time, and this was a player character actually, who wanted to play a necromancer in a campaign setting where necromancy was considered the most horrible thing you could possibly imaginably do. He was a hero he was lawful evil, and he was in the group, and his plan was that he wanted to change how the whole setting viewed necromancy over the course of his career. So what he did was he had a very strict rules thing about what he could animate, what he could do with his animations, and things like that. Long story short, over the course of time, he used his renown and his whatever to change the entire setting around. Eventually, he became the leader of a group called the Contractors. And the Contractors are as follows. The Contractors are people, or a priesthood, or kind of an organization that would go around and they would do stuff like adventurers would do. However, they would make contracts with people in order to, use their bodies after death. Or, for example, if they went to go search for Jimmy or whatever and he was dead, they would ask if they needed to return the body for burial or if he could be used for other things, yada yada. And but during the period that he established this organization, it actually started a civil war, which made him into a huge villain in the campaign, or in the setting. Like, everyone hated his guts, and his fellow players thought that he betrayed them, and it came into this really dramatic kind of representation. But he was trying to do it for a good cause, which was, the setting itself was in the Dark Ages, and he wanted to bring it out of the Dark Ages by making undead into a labor force. And of course, this was not the hero's won in this case, because he was successful, which then went on to change the rest of my entire setting for future players. And I gained something of an interesting organization that no one's ever thought of before, where you're like, wait a minute, necromancy's always evil, but these contractors are, I don't know, they were something genius that came from a player who played something that was just completely out of the box. And I loved it, because even though I told him explicitly, like, hey man, you're going to have a really tough time being a necromancer in this setting, he did it. And he did it so well that I made it a imprintation, and I recycle that organization even into my new worlds, because it's just so unique. It's basically, hi, I'd like to talk to you today about signing up for your body to help the cause of humanity. And it was just great. And I mean, any villain with a handlebar mustache, pretty good in my book.
Nice. That's awesome. All right, so Dan, I'm gonna go over to you on this one. Favorite villain? Why don't you go ahead and take that one?
Oh, there we go. Finally get up there. Oh God. I'm not gonna go with Pocahontas, like I said. Actually, I'm probably gonna have to go with a similar situation here. Based off of the probably the longest RPG that I've done, the 2-year one that I mentioned. Honestly, it was my character that did the biggest back and forth switch. I mean, starting out, he was good, went to evil, and then back to good, back to evil. A lot of it was just dealing with physical abuse initially from his father after he met him, and then getting into other setting where somebody actually showed him how to be cared for, and then losing someone that he loved, to his own father, actually, coincidentally, and then eventually reverting back to good, and actually fighting with his father, who he had wanted for the longest time to kill something more evil than both of them.
So it's another person with the character growth between good and evil. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
All right, David. Enough of that conversation in chat. You're gonna be up on the mic this time. So why don't you go with your favorite villain?
I'm gonna go tabletop with mine. I have two. The first one is Orcus. Is a bastard. All right. I've always disliked Orcus, and he's always been kind of my bane for playing. So I've always kind of, like, if people are running straight from the books, tried to seek him out and destroy him, usually if I'm playing like a paladin or something. And if you do come across him, most of his spells will kill you on first hit. So he's always been that kind of guy. And the worst thing is, if he kills you, he brings you back from the dead to go fight your friends. So if he kills a party member, you end up having to kill your friends again. So it's always kind of if you're really invested into a campaign, after a friend dies and you have to, say fight your friend afterwards, is very kind of gut-wrenching. But the second one would be a cleric that I created. I think I talked about him in chat a little bit for 4th edition. When they found him, he was sitting on a hill, and to demonstrate his superiority to birds that were sitting on his shoulders, pecking at his helmet, he wrung one's neck and made an effigy out of it. So eventually he started, piling on effigies of birds. But he served Orcus and everything, and I would be sacrificing people in the campaign without people noticing, important NPCs to screw up their plans to go defeat said demons. So the entire campaign I was working against players, and they had no idea. So to me, that's like, oh yeah, let's work together. Even though everything you do, I'm screwing you over in some way. So that was probably my second favorite villain, at least tabletop-wise, was me messing around with players.
That sounds like a villain that I would have a lot of fun with. Alright, Brennan, you're going to be up on this one. So, your favorite villain? If you're still there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had my laptop set down for a minute because I was typing a bunch of stuff. So my favorite villain, and we said from fantasy, right? Not sci-fi, just straight fantasy. Yeah. Okay. Man is my favorite villain. And that might be a cop-out answer, but I'll explain why I say man. Think of all the different settings that you've seen and played in, right? It's always coming down to most of the big bad evil guys are either way up here, like gods or demons and that kind of stuff, but the most memorable ones are almost always connected to us at a humanistic level. I'm thinking like a really generic fantasy story. A lot of people might not agree that it's fantasy, but Bambi, like, man was the villain in that movie. And I just think that man's been the villain so many times, and you got to give the award to greatest villain of all time to ourselves. A lot of times we're our greatest enemies because we might make wrong choices. How many campaigns or modules have you been in, or even in your own worlds, have you tried to play the twist where somebody you thought you knew ends up being the villain, right? I mean, I think a lot of people even just said something along those lines. But yeah, man, number one villain of all time.
Nice, I appreciate that answer. Ethereal, actually, you're going to be up on this one.
All right. Well, first I'm going to go step out into the media aspect, and I'm first going to say that my favorite villain that I ever saw on screen in a fantasy type setting was from the Record of Lodoss Wars, Ashram. I was absolutely enthralled with that character and that dark concept. If I'm going to go books and something more D&D based, I have to say Artemis Entreri, and I'll just leave it at that. And then my favorite all-time villain, though, is a villain that I'm kind of going with the story of what everyone else has been doing, and it's a character that I actually ended up creating to play in a game that was a paladin and a bard way back when 3rd edition was first starting off. And this character actually, after I ended up taking over the game as a DM, grew into an NPC, and then through NPCdom went on to do a whole lot of crazy things, including the fact that he actually knew that there was a huge, massive problem that was coming to the world that was going to be even worse than the God's War. Now, this is before any of the spell plague or anything like that came out, but basically, he knew that there was basically going to be an invasion from a whole another world, that another world was basically going to be brought, like, onto the world of Toril, effectively. Now, this is, like I said, a divestment from the actual story of that world, but it kind of boggled my mind when that happened in 4th edition, like, was somebody looking over my shoulder? But he knew that this was coming, but nobody would believe him. So instead of trying actually to convince everybody in the whole world that this was going to happen, he actually ended up trying to, through diplomatic means, unite all the people to try and, all the various countries and factions, etc., to, prepare them. But nobody would listen to him. So he went and took a darker route and actually became the enemy of the PCs when he started actually raising his own army. He went and basically forced all of these orcs and goblins and this, that, and the other to rally under his banner. And in order to stop them, all the nations came together to try and stop the horde. He actually told the PCs about what was going on in this long, epic battle, and eventually he was thwarted, but at the same time, his death heralded the oncoming of this massive cataclysm. And it was because of him, even though he had already died and the PCs killed him, that they were actually able to rally their forces and stave off this invasion, even though it still ended up being kind of a post-apocalyptic setting after that. And that's when we started doing epic play. But that's my story about that, and on to the next guy.
All right, cool. Thank you. Owen, actually, you're going to be up on this one with your folding chair on the, what is it, this?
Yeah, it's folding.
Yeah, it's all right. Why don't you go ahead and answer that one?
I know there was a bit of discussion about fantasy, whatever, jibber jabber. There's no real rules there, and my characters all come from the books that I've read mainly, and I like to read the classic novels, the main ones. And my biggest, it's crazy to say your biggest villains, because the books you read, there are no true villains. That's kind of the way things go. Books, video games, what have you. And for me, I literally started looking into like my favorite books and favorite movies on Facebook, and like there are no true villains in any of those things. But kind of what I boiled it down to for me, both come from between Catcher in the Rye and The Great Gatsby. And after the fact, thinking about it, all in the end, I come down to The Great Gatsby, and Jay Gatsby being my greatest villain. And like everybody said, man is the greatest villain. I mean, yeah, lots of jokes, but Great Gatsby is literally the most tragic character of all time in my mind. And those are the kind of characters that resonate the most deeply with me. That's the reason that Great Gatsby and Catcher in the Rye were kind of on par, because I think they're both very equal, though they exist in completely different times, completely different perspectives, but they completely parallel each other in the sense that they are ultimately their own downfall. And in the end, they are the villains. They die the villains. Their last moments, they are the villain, and they're convinced that. And I gotta say, I think first of all, if The Great Gatsby is a great read. I don't think it's that hard to read, but if you are not someone that could read that, watch the movie, because I thought it was a great representation of the book. One of the very few great representations of the classic. And Jay Gatsby is literally, he's so wrapped up in his own sadness, in his own self-destruction, that he literally destroys himself and he destroys the people around him, and in the end he ultimately sacrifices himself. He doesn't do it intentionally, but he dies in the most beautiful moment of all time. He died in the end, he died in complete happiness, in his own delusion. He died fulfilling that delusion, while that wasn't actually the reality of the world. He died fulfilling that illusion by someone getting revenge on him, and he was basically the ultimate sacrifice. Thinking about it in retrospect, you can compare it to religions such as Christianity, where the ultimate sacrifice is kind of someone giving themselves up, taking on the burdens of the others around them, taking that load for everyone else to bear, and kind of allowing themselves to die and be the burden for everyone, to be able to take that weight off of their own shoulders. Because we are all human, and I think that's possibly the greatest role a person can live.
All right, I had a viewer ask me to say my favorite man villain then. I'll say it. Lenny Small. Who kills rabbits? Honestly, Lenny, who kills rabbits? Anyone know where that's from?
Of Mice and Men.
You got it. Good job, Cody.
All right, so
Strangely enough, I'm very well read with literature, even though I hate it.
so Owen, I don't know if you've read the book The Good Earth, but Brennan knows that I've suggested this, and his nephew actually read it, and he said it was awesome. If you want somebody who sacrifices things in his life and has the heroic sort of send off, but not in the delusional way, I definitely recommend you actually read The Good Earth. It's amazing. It's a short read. You could probably finish it in a day or two. But if you want to check that out, I definitely recommend it. I'm gonna move over to you, Scott, on this one, and I know you've got a lot to pull from. But if you've got a favorite villain and why don't you go ahead?
Sure. I agree with what a lot of people have, excuse me, what a lot of people have said up to this point. I mean, the best villains, or at least the most interesting villains, are the ones that aren't just sort of this megalithic slab of evil. You know, the ones that have some backstory, the ones that have some, there's a little bit of internal dilemma in terms of what drives them. I find that in my own campaigns and in my fiction, I tend to write those sorts of villains. I don't like sort of the big heavies, sort of the big boss villains with ultimate power and ultimate evil. But at the same time, I like those kinds of villains in the fiction that I read, and I've never really understood why I can like them that way. But for some reason, I'm not attracted to writing them. I think there's a lot to choose from, but the one villain that I think I probably find most interesting, at least right now, just because Game of Thrones is just back on, is Littlefinger from the Song of Ice and Fire books and from the Game of Thrones TV series, because he's a character who, he represents just this perfect kind of malicious ambition. And he's a character who, despite the fact that he really has no power to speak of, manages to put himself into a position of power. He manages to basically work for all of the dark stuff that he manages to do. None of it comes easy to him. None of it comes naturally. He doesn't really manage to buy his way into power like a lot of fantasy villains do. He doesn't have any inherent power base, doesn't have any magic, obviously, because it's just because of the specifics of the milieu. But at the same time, he's not a character who really has anything going for him. But at the same time, he manages to make himself, on some level, the most integral character, at least in the Westeros side of the story, in terms of the amount of manipulation that he does, the strings that he's pulling, the other characters that he controls, and in many cases they don't even know they've been controlled. And I like the complexity of his characterization, and I like the complexity of the story that Martin's built around him.
Nice, that's awesome. I will get to my answer in a minute, but that has a lot to do with it.
I gotta give props really quick to Scott. I don't believe that he said any spoilers in there at all. Anyone confirm that? I'm pretty sure I was playing it back in my head.
I was trying not to.
I don't think there were any.
Yeah.
The only one is, in case you didn't figure it out, Baelish is a villain. So if you haven't watched Game of Thrones, check it out. Let us know what you think about Peter Baelish, Littlefinger. Nothing like getting fingered.
And I guess I will say also the fact that he's still alive is a little bit of a spoiler, at least up to a certain point.
I think, yeah,
Everybody
that's
dies in that
probably a
game.
spoiler for most of the characters in the books and the TV show.
All right, Ty, why don't you go ahead on this one? You're a villain. Your choice.
Okay. Well, this is borderline fantasy, but probably my all-time favorite villain comes from literature, and it would have to be Lucifer from John Milton's Paradise Lost in the 17th century. And it's really kind of hard for me to word why he's my favorite villain. I mean, some of it is just the text is the writing, in my opinion, is some of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful I've ever read. The modern English translations, anyway. But part of it is also most people would think of Lucifer or Satan as this huge, big, bad guy who's evil just to be evil. And there's more to it than that, at least in Paradise Lost. And you really can see how he is a fallen angel. I mean, you really can see there was the potential for greatness there, and how it got taken aside. But you also see, for all of his bluster and power and outright threats he makes against the forces of heaven, that in the end, that's all it is bluster. That no matter how strong and powerful he is, he'll never be powerful enough. And him being kind of or maybe thinking Lucifer sort of thinking himself as a universal version of Littlefinger, so to speak. It really comes down to he's being manipulated as much as, if not more than, he thinks he's manipulating others. So that's my quick and easy answer from literature. But I also want to add, not just to, and I don't do this just to boost myself or promote myself or whatever, but one of my characters in my Kabbalah's trilogy, Belgad the Liar, I really like this character, and I'll eventually use him again. He started off as a barbarian chieftain when he was younger, and he eventually ends up, by the time he's in his 50s, on the other side of the continent as kind of a crime boss, but a very well-to-do crime boss. I mean, he's more like the Godfather, I guess you'd say, than he would be Tony Soprano as far as like his power and wealth and stuff goes. And the story of how he got there, which I've not revealed yet, but I've hinted at here and there, it's kind of a long and torturous journey for him, and I'm looking forward to writing that out one of these days. But he's also one of my personal favorite characters at the moment.
Well, hey, when you get that written out, just let us know. I mean, we got enough people that are going to read that for you, so keep us posted. And I'm going to do the cop-out answer in this one. As Ty was saying with his favorite villain, I mean, as of right now, my favorite villain in a fantasy setting is Raisin Faye Vernock. And if anybody's had a chance to watch our Sunday night gaming sessions and all those other things that we're going to be doing, some of the stories that some of the diary background stories I've been starting to write and posting, that's really where I've been trying to incorporate all of those villain aspects. You know, the idea of a Darth Vader type character that's very controlling and very menacing, the idea of a schemer and a planner of the Godfather type idea, and just taking all of those pieces into the idealistic villain story. And I've been trying to piece all that stuff together in one character. Has been a challenge, but it's something that I've been trying to do, and as of right now is currently my favorite villain. So that's what I've got for that answer as well. Brennan, I know you've been sitting for a little bit, and you've been passing the baton, but I don't know if you've come up with anything else for our guests or our panel. What do you got for us right now?
A little bit earlier in the call, I mentioned that I would read off the direction that we're going. I've got that list up here, so I'll go ahead and take a minute to tell you guys, where we're going with that. I didn't feel it was appropriate when we were still doing the, questions and stuff. I wanted to make sure I allowed the conversation to finish up, and then I'll pop it here, and then you guys can, think of questions while I'm reading this if you want. So first up, we're going to have a section called Conventional Thinking. That's going to be our convention coverage. We're going to see about getting out there in some of the different cons across the nation. We're going to start locally and see where we can go from there. Up next is going to be Race Wars. It's basically different races that you can play. It's going to have a focus on like D&D and Pathfinder and that kind of thing, but also we'll add some other things in there because it's just meant to be a category for that. Class warfare, same thing as the races, just with classes. We are going to have stuff with the Decks side of the channel. So coming up down the pipeline for that is Casual Corner, where we're going to cover Commander, Pauper, and other Magic the Gathering formats that aren't, I don't want to say competitive, but aren't seeing tournament play. Curve Your Enthusiasm, that's basically just going to be judging your mana curve in your decks for Magic. Deep Analysis, our thoughts on how to judge a powerful or the power level of a card. Decks do's and don'ts, why size matters in Magic the Gathering. We're gonna have a section for fan fiction. So for those of you writers or members of the family, you want to share stories or post stuff, and you don't have your own channel or you don't have enough people viewing it, you want to get feedback on it, whatever it is, you want to send it to us or have us post the video in that section. That's what that's for. Section I'm calling 1 feet, 2 feet. That's FEAT and then FEET. And that's basically dealing with making feats that measure up. I thought that one was kind of clever. Another section we'll have is My Precious. That's going to be item creation as it relates to tabletop gaming. Again, a heavy focus on D&D and Pathfinder, but other stuff there as well. Video responses, that's going to be replies to our fellow content providers and fans and that kind of thing. Create our character. Since we're doing one-shots, and Joe and myself and some of the other members of the broadcast family here will be in those one-shots, we're going to give you a chance to help us build our characters. What race should we play? What class should we play? What weapons should we have? Just crazy, zany ideas, and we'll try them out in the one-shots. Hammer time. This is going to be a weapon and armor section, building different custom pieces and things for, again, D&D, Pathfinder, whatnot. Making magic. It's going to be our spell ideas and other magic-related things. Steal a story. That's going to be our backstory ideas. So if you can't think of something, maybe we've got something in there for you. World building basic and advanced techniques. Tabletop sessions for non-D&D games. Of course, D&D one-shots. Dungeon Master advice at the basic and advanced level. Player advice, again at the basic and advanced level. One-on-one interviews and special events. Our D&D home group sessions. And then a column that I'm calling Ask Us Anything. Basically, it's going to be like this, only it'll be where we read questions from the viewers related to any number of topics and just kind of ramble on for a while. And hopefully answer the questions at some point. So that's kind of where we're going with it. What are your thoughts on that? We'll start with the panel, and then we'll leave it up to you guys in the comments on YouTube to let us know what you think.
Brennan, I think you need to direct traffic. What's your left or right?
Well, I'll jump in here real quick and just say, wow, you guys are really reaching for the stars. I mean, that's a good thing. That's a lot to take on. Is there going to eventually be like a monthly schedule or weekly schedule for this kind of stuff, or is it just going to be kind of as you come to it, or what's the plan there?
I will let the Roadmaster / schedule keeper speak here.
Well, we definitely have a schedule drawn up for what we're trying to do per week. I just got to bring it up here again. It's something where we're attempting to do the hangouts twice a week and that kind of thing. I mean, all of those playlist options are something that we're not going to have all those filled tomorrow. You know, it's something where those are the things that we want to have conversations about. Those are the things that we want to be involved in. And it doesn't even necessarily have to come from Brendan, myself, you know, Owen, Ty, David, you know, Dan, Cody, Alan, Scott. You know, this is something where if we can bring other people into these conversations, other people that are interested in these ideas as far as what our playlist ideas are, they can, you know, incorporate their conversations and their ideas, and we can work with them, and we can all, you know, do this thing together, because that's kind of the way we've done all of this. We've done it with the community, we've done it with other people joining our conversation and doing that kind of stuff. So it's not something where it's just Brennan and I doing all this stuff by ourselves. It's trying to involve everybody and trying to involve all these people around us to make sure that we're doing a good thing. But as far as our schedule is concerned, if you know, trying to get some of the specifics as far as what Brennan and I kind of hashed out. Saturdays, starting on Saturdays, is going to be our first hangout, I guess, of the week, if you want to consider that the weekend. 8:30 p.m. until 12:30. We have a little bit of leeway sometimes. Is going to give us our first Google Hangout session. So we're going to go ahead and get things started off on Saturday nights. This is 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Then on Sundays, we're going to be doing our home, our in real life home games. That's starting at 6 p.m. on Sundays. 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. for sure is when we get going on that. Monday nights, we started with our one-shots. We're going to continue our Monday night sessions for one-shots. That's 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time until, I have that one scheduled until 12:30 a.m., I guess, at that point. Again, if things run a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, we're just going to play that one by ear, but definitely starting at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Then we move to Tuesday. Tuesday is, again, another hangout night. We're going to do our conversations and bring people in and just kind of do our thing online as we've always done. That's another 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time starting on Tuesday nights, and just kind of go from there. Now, we do have the options for Tuesdays and Saturdays to be, as Brennan described, column day, where we can either add new stuff to it or we can kind of go from there. And so we've got a few different options for other stuff to be added if we're going to be doing other gaming sessions or other one-shot options. And then we kind of left Thursdays as another day. So if we have either any special events, whether it be a special interview with somebody we can do on a Thursday night, or other gaming sessions that we can add to our list, Thursday is the other open slot. Again, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for Thursdays. So as of right now, we're trying to do the 4-night sweep of Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, where we have content that we're working on and then loading up to our channels and the other content that we have out to everybody. But then Thursdays is going to be that extra day where we can do some other special stuff. So that's what we have coming down. And if we can, like I said, incorporate other people into our calendar and into our channels and our playlists, we're definitely going to do that and just kind of go from there.
So, a couple other notes on that real quick. I don't want to forget, we do have a comic book guy that's going to be offering some, I don't know if it's going to be like reviews or, what you should read, that kind of stuff, but he's going to be stopping by. Right now the plan is once a month. We're going to see if we can get him more. I also got some FLGS people that are going to be visiting us at some point. Friendly local gaming store, in case everyone's wondering what that means. They're going to give us the lowdown on what's new in the world of games, board games, card games, you name it. I'm also going to see if I can get a comic shop owner to come in and give us the lowdown on some of that stuff beyond just the fans of the comics. Like we said, we're trying to connect to all the different aspects of the community that we can, and just really give people an outlet for them to talk and meet others that are into the same stuff they're into, and just have a good time gaming and hanging out and whatnot. So hopefully that's not too overwhelming for you guys to take in, but that's really where we're going with this. And it's let's see, it's 12:45 here. I'm good to go for a bit yet. I don't know how long you guys want to go for, but Joe, are you good? If you can show with a thumbs or a mic in here.
I'm gonna go with the fact that I am tired, but tonight has been so amazing that I don't really ever want it to end. So I'm just gonna kind of go with it, and whenever anybody else is just gonna start dipping out, that may be the way it ends up. But I'm just gonna keep it going, so I'm good with whatever.
So if my head slams on the keyboard, Joel will be taking over. If his head slams on the keyboard, we'll pass it to Ty. After that, Owen, he's the youngest one left, so at least I think so, unless David's younger, I don't know. We'll switch it to one of them. And Scott, I heard he pulls all-nighters all the time, so we'll probably end up with Scott on the channel still by himself, listening to us snore rhythmically in 72 hours from now when we're done.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm willing to just give it over to Scott at this point. I mean, Scott can just take control and just do whatever he wants with it. I'm okay with it. I have no problem with just going that direction. I think it's just going to end up at this point. So
I'm not sure I'm ready for that level of responsibility. But
you don't think you can handle the grill while Joe and I take a nap? All right, so I want to go ahead and pass it over to the panel here. Joe and I do this enough, so whoever has a thought on anything, wants to pose a question, go ahead and do that. I'd like to hear your guys' feedback in the panel here about what we have for the channel. So I guess that's my question, and then I'm going to start off with let's see here, who's got the most vowels in their name? Ethereal, you get a lot of vowels. Go ahead.
Yeah, as soon as you put that forth, who's got the most vowels, I was like, oh, that's going to be me.
I didn't count Scott Fitzgerald Gray's vowels, though. I can't see his entire name to see exactly how it's spelled. He might win, though.
But yeah, I've actually got that many letters in my name. It's kind of hard to get them all in there. But actually, I mean, that sounds absolutely amazing. You guys have so much going on. I mean, I absolutely love the concepts and the ideas and being able to get all that information out there. I actually haven't played Magic in ages. I have no idea what's actually going on with that. So being able to get a little bit of insight on that without actually going out and, purchasing 20 or 30 card sets would actually be pretty damn nice to get done. In addition to that, like, I really love the idea of going through and giving people the opportunity to highlight things that they are, passionate about, like the class thing and the race thing. That's absolutely an amazing idea. Like that was a question I was thinking about asking earlier. Like, people, I don't know, it's been kind of my experience that as gamers kind of, I don't want to say necessarily fall into a rut, but they have a preference for a certain class or type of class, whether it be martial or magical or clerical or what have you. I mean, there are always highlights of that, but like one of the things that I was always interested in is, how do you get someone to kind of branch out and do something different than that? But don't worry about answering that now. We can get to that at a later time and date. But I really love the idea that you've got going on and that you've really put a lot of thought into, how you want to break down and kind of give information to the folks out there and get them really interested in gaming on both the RPG side and the card side. I love it a lot.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Ethereal. It's helpful to hear feedback, to make sure that we're on the right track with this, that we're not delusional and missing the boat. I mean, some of this stuff's already out there, but I don't think it's all in any one place. So we're going to try to do as much as we can handle doing, And obviously we're going to need help doing this. So for those of you who are jumping on this early with us, we're glad to have you. We really do appreciate it. And if you wanna be part of the family, if you wanna help us broadcast and present stuff and be a content provider, and throw your name out there, absolutely. I'm gonna kind of adjust my cam here. Sorry about that, guys. But this will always be what we're doing right now. This will always be the main focus of our channel, is to just meet new people, hang out with our existing friends and family members, and just kind of have a good time. I mean, the other stuff is, I don't want to say easy. The other stuff is just plain fun, and doing that, like, I don't think that's work at all. And if other people want to watch us do that and talk about that, that's awesome. This I think is one of the most needed things, what we're doing here, getting together and talking to everybody. So thanks again, Ethereal. So next up, by vowels in their name, I do believe is Scott Fitzgerald Gray, unless I counted wrong.
So yeah, I think I may actually have one more vowel than ethereal if you pack all three names in there. But yeah, no, I think it's great what you're trying to set up here. I mean, it is extremely ambitious. I guess the one thing to make sure of as you're moving forward is that you're rolling all this stuff out at a pace that you're all comfortable with. That you don't overextend yourselves in the opening sprint. Because this is obviously a long distance kind of a scenario here. You're trying to build something that people are going to be using long term, right? So yeah, no, I think it all sounds really cool.
Alan, sorry, I don't like to jump in on people, but I think Alan said he was going to head out here in a second. Alan, is that right, man? Alan? I don't know. I can see him right there on the camera. All right. Well, anyways, Alan, if you can hear us and you want to do a shout out, this is your moment to do so. We give everyone a chance to shout out, their channel, what they're into, or just say hi to somebody that they know, or shout out their local game store, if nothing else. All right. Looks like he's out. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Scott, if you go ahead and continue.
Oh yeah, no, it's okay. I was pretty much done. Yeah, no, it's I think just sort of from the sound of it, what you're looking to set up is stuff that you're sort of building it on the foundation of your own experience, the things that have been useful to you, the things that you would like to see that aren't out there, or things that maybe are out there, but you're going to put your own spin on them, and it all sounds pretty cool, for sure.
Awesome, thank you for that, sir. Up next, let's see, we got. Do you guys want to count Y as a vowel? And is that your full name, Ty, or is it Tyler, or? Ty, I think you're muted up here. We can't hear you.
Okay. Actually, believe it or not, my middle name is Tyrone.
Okay.
But I've always gone by Ty. I don't know if I've got anything else to add. I kind of felt like I said my piece a little earlier. Yes, Owen, my middle name is actually Tyrone, believe it or not. I was named after actor Tyrone Power, if anyone remembers him from back in the black and white movie swashbuckling days. But I've always gone. What?
Oh, sorry. I just saw that Alan jumped back in.
Oh, okay. We'll go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. My computer lagged out there for a second. And but what were you saying before I lagged out?
I was just gonna say, if you had anything you wanted to give a shout out to, either your own channel or your play group or a local gaming store, whatever you want to give a shout out to, we'd love to give you the opportunity to do that.
Well, sadly, I don't have a local gaming store in my town, but I do have a YouTube channel. If anybody wants to go check it out, it's Dungeon Master Blowball on YouTube, and I do videos that can help with tips for DMing and role playing. Along with I post videos about some of my favorite adventures I've ran to help you add a little bit of spice to your campaigns. Um, and also, if anybody would be interested, I'm thinking about running an online campaign sometime. I was looking to do an old World of Darkness game. I have all the core games, so virtually any of them would be okay with me if anybody ended up being interested in that. Um, and also, just wanted to give a big thanks to everybody for having me tonight, and it's been real fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing the things that are to come.
Absolutely, and we look forward to get them out there for you guys. Have a great night, Alan.
All right, night.
Thanks, Alan.
All right, we'll switch from the vowel format. I know that I've got 3 people here done already. Owen, you're not going to talk yet because I'm mad at you. Joe, you don't need to talk anymore because you sound tired and drained, so you can take a nap. David, I'll let you talk. Not yet, though. Dan or Cody, any of you guys want to go next? Let's go with, let's see here. Let's go with Cody.
I currently only have one group that I'm monitoring. It's over 130, 140 people strong right now. It's actually Homebrew Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. So I guess I'll make that a shout out because I'm eventually going to be putting stuff on that. I'll put a link here into the Facebook group or into this group chat. But it's pretty much I'm going to be starting to work on converting some of the stuff from previous editions or Pathfinder or things like that into 5th edition, and then going from there. Other than that, I'm still kind of working on my own games and one-shots and stuff, but I'm trying to create or find other people who are writers where I live, and that's kind of difficult, nerdy central. So I guess it's far.
You're starting to lag out a little bit, but I'm going to jump in here. Cody, are we good?
But that's pretty much all I can do for shout out, really. And
All right, are we good?
Yeah, we're good. Why don't you keep going?
Okay. Cody, if you could mute yourself, bud. Dan, you said you didn't want to talk right now, so that's means David, I guess that means you're up next. Go ahead. What do you think of the direction we're heading if you haven't already answered?
Just to be a part of this and everything, I think we're heading in the right direction, and it's fantastic. We're taking on, well, we're all taking on a lot, but I think it's actually really, really great. And definitely if other people are adding things, like I know we were talking about that just a minute ago. So yeah, I think it's a good thing, and I hope to see some of these things, some of these playlists blossom and add more content to them.
So I had said earlier that my intent was to have about half of them live tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow. So 23 hours from now, something like that. Maybe I'll give myself a full 24 hours. I'll try to get a video up on each category. We'll see if that's possible. Might be a little too ambitious, but that's kind of what I'm thinking as of right now. Owen, I suppose you can go. What do you think of the direction you're heading, bud?
I want to know what the problem is. Why are you mad at me, man?
Because you're sitting on the bread throne.
Yeah, well, that's just jealous. That's not a reason to be mad. All right. I mean, you talked really wild about a schedule for a long time there, and I only heard like every other word or one in every 3 words or something like that because there was so much information to take in. But I do want to say that I think something that might be of particular interest to me is the content provider aspect. And in that, essentially, we talk a lot about D&D and about role-playing and trying to get these different role-playing. We talk in third person about our role-playing perspectives, but I think that there could also be maybe a spin that we can take on a night where we could bring a content provider in to the campaign, or not the campaign, but into the hangout almost to. Okay, this kind of goes back to what I was saying about earlier. Is that I don't know. Let me try and get my thoughts together about exactly what I'm saying here.
I'll interrupt for just a second. So Thursday nights, we intend to have special events. My initial thoughts on this are things like, but not limited to, one-on-one interviews in a hangout style. It's out of respect for the content providers that we're bringing in, that kind of thing, because, they're giving up time away from their channel when they could be making content to come in here and hang out with us. So that's number one. I don't know if that's where you're going with that, but yeah, I mean, we want to get that kind of thing in there. Go ahead.
It's kind of where I'm going, but kind of one of my favorite things about role-playing and D&D in general is the idea of the freeform style of role-playing. And I wonder if there's some way, I don't necessarily have an idea locked down necessarily, but I wonder if there's some way we could do kind of a highlight on one night of someone's particular world in which we could maybe find our own style of role-playing in the session here where we don't use D&D, we don't use an edition, we don't necessarily even have characters, but we allow someone to highlight their world by allowing the people in the hangout to live within that world. You know what I mean? Kind of come up with our own form. The first person to do it, right? Yeah. Like the first person to do it would obviously have a lot of pressure on them to do that, but that's where I thrive. I mean, I think I would love to hear that, and the DMs that are confident enough in their world and in their own material to be able to kind of take hold of the reins for a night, to where just whoever's here is in their world. They can kind of have a session plan. They can know in advance what's going to be happening. We can just sit here and we can just talk. We can live within their world. I think that would be absolutely amazing. It would be easy, no characters, no whatever. We just sit here and we talk. It would be a highlight on someone's world, a content provider's night. It would be their focus.
So, Owen, can I step in just for a second? What would you feel about? So a DM says, "Hey, I want to present my world to, the masses or the fans or whatever." And then he said, "So what if we set up something where it was, let's say, an hour interview introduction with that DM and said, this is my world, this is what I'm doing with it, this is how magic works, this is what I enjoy to be in my world." And then after that, let's say our introduction, we play a 3 or 4 hour session of a one-shot in that DM's world. Is that kind of what you're looking for? Like, I mean, it's one thing to just introduce your world and say this is what I enjoy doing, and then also then to allow the people that you're presenting that to actually then play in the world. I think if you combine those two things, that gives you really what is the heart of what that world is going to do. And
exactly.
If we can set that up, I think that's going to give you the DMs that say, hey, like you said, the confidence to say this is what I'm doing, this is what I want to do. I think that's going to be something that I think we should try to set up that way. I don't know if that's where you're going with it. I don't want to step on your toes, but
it is really where I'm going with it. I want it to be like a DM focus, a DM's night, and you wouldn't need that introduction. I don't want them to have to sit here and just like DM for an entire night, because it's about understanding their entire world, understanding their entire multiverse, their universe. And by having a big introduction like that, I don't know exactly, because I don't know that I would want to have that pressure, because I don't have that much content yet. But it would be about the introduction, and whatever they could handle it however they want it. You could do it multiple little sessions. You could do it in one main session. Maybe they have a really detailed, small universe in which they've created, or one really multiverse. The thing that I really love about DMing, about content creation, is the broad scope that you can go. And kind of my inspiration.
Oh no, now we lost Owen.
It's okay. He'll be back.
I think we got. I mean, I understand that. That I feel like we understand that's where Owen was going with things, and I definitely feel that's something that we can do with the introductions and the idea of allowing them to present their world and the things they want to do. I think that's something that is definitely easy to do.
I'm actually a little bit afraid to eject him from the call because we're at full boat, I think. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we got room for one. I'm going to eject him. He can come back in.
All right, Brennan, where are you directing traffic? You still doing the vowels thing, or are you going left or right?
No, I wasn't doing the vowels thing. Let's see. I had David talk. I had Owen talk. I said that you were on timeout. I think besides, yeah, Ty already went. So yeah, I think you're the only one left, Joe. Besides Dan.
Well, I'm gonna roll a 1 on the initiative and just say what was that on the intelligence check? What was the question again?
What do you think of the direction we're going with the channel?
Oh, wow! I've only talked about this like 8 billion times tonight. No, I mean, there's a train to the right side and a train to the left side, and there's a wreckage in front of me, and it's just all exploding around everything that I've ever wanted to do in my life. No, you and I obviously talked about it last night, and we set up a schedule. We do have real life things that are going on. Everybody has that kind of thing. Full-time jobs, families, life stuff. But I think what we're doing and what we're trying to do is, as you said and as I've said, is just trying to be part of the conversation. Just trying to open up avenues for people to be part of the conversation. Trying to introduce people to other people. And if we are able to do this in a way that invites more people to that conversation, I really don't feel that there's any other better way to do that. And I feel that having a set schedule, having a time frame where people know we're going to be, people understand that, hey, we're going to be doing things from here to there, we're going to be on specific days. I think that's really going to allow other people to be involved because they know when we're going to actually be hanging out. And I just, if tonight is any, hint to where things are going to go from here on out, I think really just it's just going to be awesome, and I just want to be a part of it and just kind of want to see where things take us. And I don't have any. I couldn't have asked for anything more in the last week or two, and this is crazy to say that we've only been doing this for a week and a half now, and we've had YouTube channel, content providers, we have authors, we have, other DMs and other players and other content providers, and just the amount of education we've had on our channel, something we've created, has just been a pleasure to be a part of, and I really just can't say any more than that. So I just want to see where it goes and just be a part of it.
So apparently, apparently by ejecting him, I essentially blocked him or banned him from the call. I honestly thought that putting eject out there was like just to make room for somebody or that kind of thing. It doesn't say anything over eject that like it bans them, or at least not that I saw. So Owen apparently is being punished tonight. So I apologize. Shout outs to Owen. Ladies, he's still single, by the way. If you're looking, we'll put that up in the Facebook group, Dice&Decks on Facebook. No spaces, just Dice &Decks. Owen Margan, he's the ruler of the bread throne, is what we've decided on for now. So, yeah, we're gonna do all that stuff. See,
Temporary sitter for Bread Throne. It's Bobby's. All right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's keeping the seat warm. He's like the steward of Gondor, right? All right. So, with that, we really are connecting people to people. If Owen gets a lady out of this, I think that we'll have to have her on for a chat and be like, "What were you thinking?" No, just kidding, guys. So I think that's everyone, except for me. But obviously, I like the direction we're heading, and just really am glad that tonight went the way it did. If you didn't notice, we got a new logo, so there's that. I want to say a shout out to Mike McDonald for creating that, among other things. And we will be broadcasting our one-shots live Monday night over on Twitch, if you want to check that out. We will also be posting a link. There will be a lot of blasts and a lot of talk about Dice&Decks in the coming days. I've got some people out there who are paying attention to us and wanna push our name out there. So watch for that on all your favorite social media sites. We got some surprising things going down. We're also going to be giving away a key code for what we're doing. I know I mentioned that earlier. I just want to bring it up here for the people who don't watch the entire thing, and maybe they just skip to the end, maybe they watched the beginning or skipped to the middle, so they tuned in but don't necessarily know what they all missed. It'll be an active promotion for 1 week, and basically, what's the word I'm looking for? One lucky viewer, one lucky fan, follower, member of the family. You're all eligible. Will be winning the key code for what we're going to be doing starting live on Monday. More things coming down the pipeline. Working on some more interviews, some more guest sessions. I suppose the cat's out of the bag now, and I'm going to turn my cam on for this. I have been talking with Andrew from Dawn Forgecast. Obviously, we mentioned that earlier in the call if you haven't been watching. And we're going to be doing a special event with him, we'll call it. More details on that to come. Working on a couple of other people that some of you who've watched YouTube for a while know the names of. We're going to get some smaller channels in here too, so if you've got a channel or you just want to join in the conversation, we would love to have you for sure. We love the support. We love talking with everybody, and we can't say that enough, even though this is probably the 5th or 6th time that we've said it. With that, I'm going to shut up now and let one of my co-hosts take over. Ty, Joe, David, anybody?
So Ty had a question in chat, so you can go ahead and ask that, buddy.
Well, it was about the Monday night game. I was asking if we were still doing Roll20, or if we were going to make the move to something else, or just go back to Hangouts, or okay. And related to that, we've really not discussed the Revolution software all that much. I didn't know if we'd want to do that tonight or hold it off. Okay. Well, then we won't do that. And I will shut up about that topic. Anything anybody else wants to talk about?
Nope, that's all anybody had on their mind was what we're just talking about now. No. So we're definitely going to be doing something different on Monday. We'll have to get together this weekend and cover some of the stuff that we're going to be working on, and I know that Owen and myself and Brennan have been working on some stuff to present on Monday. Exactly how it's all going to go down, we're still ironing out some of the details, but we'll definitely get you involved in that, Ty, and just kind of go over some stuff to make sure that everybody's comfortable with what we're doing. So, I mean, it's all the same thing, though. You know, no matter what the medium is, it's all role playing. It's all part of, you know, playing the characters and presenting what the character is. It allows us to do some other expansive things that nobody else is doing, and I think that's where we kind of want to take with, you know, that's kind of where we want to go with it. And, you know, the people that we've had in this channel and the people that have been, you know, we've incorporated into our conversation, whether it's Cody, who's done a lot of his own world stuff, you know, Scott's done all of his writing stuff and, you know, invented his own worlds and done that kind of thing. Dan, who's done some of the role playing stuff with his friends, that's new, and just kind of get with that stuff. I know David's done a lot of content stuff. The more mediums that you can involve people with while you're doing the role playing and while you're allowing them to expand their mind, expand their creativity, all that stuff is really where we want to take all this. And all of the talk about where we're taking the channel and all the things we want to do, whether it's ambitious or not, is really just a way to expand people's minds and expand the possibilities of what other people can do. And I don't really think that anything that we're doing is outside of any of that. It's not meant to be, you know, taking on this grand challenge. It's just meant to be, hey, we want to offer these things to people that may not have either thought about it or had this avenue to go with it. I think that's all it's really ever meant to be. And the more that comes from that, the better. And I just hope that continues. I don't have much of a follow-up with that, but that was my spiel on things. So
Sorry, we were having a conversation over in chat, and I think I distracted some people. So, yeah, I'd like to kind of close it down here. As I said, I want to get at least half of those playlists up tomorrow. That's uber ambitious. Plus, I got to create some content for Monday night yet. I've got some things going. I want to talk to some people about that after this call, in another call, if you know who you are. If you'd like to join us for that, and you're in the group, you know, I'll post it up in there, and you can jump in. But I think I'm going to call it a night here, folks. So let's give ourselves 15 minutes to shut this baby down. Let's end it the way we started it. You know, flame on, so to speak, right? Joe, you want to guide the end, or you want me to just do this?
do you want me to go left to right as always, or how do you want to handle that?
Let's go ahead and get the people out of here who've been on the call the longest. So let's start with, I want to say Cody was actually the first one in here at this point, right?
Yeah, definitely. Attaboy,
All right, so Cody, shout-outs, man.
Well, first off, I just wanted to thank Dice&Decks, all of you guys, for having me on here. You know, so that's that's always a good way to start that. And you know, for everyone else, including Andrew and Scott, who have joined us today, our two celebrities in one thing, was pretty mind-boggling, to say the least. And I just wanted to, in general, say a shout out to everyone in the channel that's been here most of the night, because it's nice to get to know people in the community, and nice to know that even though I have to live in this dead land of Las Vegas when it comes to gaming, that at least I can connect to people through these groups. So, thank you for having me.
Yeah, our pleasure, man. Thanks for stopping by and joining the conversation. I believe you've already joined the group on Facebook. Is that right?
I think I did. I don't know if I have the link. If you could send that real quick, I'll totally join it. But yeah. All right, cool. Thank you, and I'm in.
And then any game stores you want to give a shout out to? That's always fun. Do you have a game store out there that you go to try to find anybody, or no?
I live right next to the Gamer's Paradise, which is a video game store / traditional gaming store. I'm going to start highlighting them a lot because they're next to me, pretty much. And I'm probably going to do my podcast and stuff from there from now on, too. So
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
like I said, thanks for jumping on. If you jumped in the channel there, I'll post the new link in a moment off air, where we can go to the darker side of the channel, right? All right. Thanks for jumping in, bud. If you'd like to stick around through everyone else's shoutouts, you may do so. Otherwise, you can bounce.
Yeah.
Dan, if you're still alive, awake there, we haven't seen your face for a while. We'd like to hear from you and maybe see if we can.
I guess I'll give a shout out to Owen, who's still single again. If you like role playing girls, he does too. And then I guess everybody on here, Joe especially, who I will be learning from, and yeah, that's about it for me.
Awesome. Any gaming stores up in that area you want to give a shout out to?
Well, there's too friggin' many. Y'all know them.
No? All right. All right. Well, thanks for joining, Dan. Like I said, if you want to stick around, you're welcome to do so through the shout-outs. Otherwise, if you need to bounce, that's cool. We're going to go ahead and skip over David. We're going to go to Ethereal.
All right. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you fellas for having me in here tonight. 2 nights in a row has been very excellent and very entertaining and very enlightening. Let's see. As far as shout outs, I'll start with the online. I'm going to give a shout out to the One Shot group who got me started back with Dungeons and Dragons in 5th edition. It's been a while, haven't really played since 3rd edition, so I'm glad that I was actually, they helped me get back into the mix of role playing. Let's see, we'll go next to the my stores. Rest in peace, Titan Games and Comics on the South Side, but there's still lots of Titan Games and Comics out there in the greater Atlanta area. Give a big shout out to Treefort Games, man. They're down here, moved into the area. They're new. They're starting off. They're, they've got everything you need as far as games, and they actually host games there on a regular basis. So go down and check them out. Other than that, just thank you guys for having me once again, and good night to one and all.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for jumping in again. And if you want to jump in the call after hours, please do so. All right, we're going to skip over Joe. No one wants to hear from Bread, the Redbeard anyways. We're going to skip on to Scott then. Scott, go ahead, sir.
Oh, I just want to say thanks for having me tonight. Thanks to Ty for the invitation. It was really nice hanging out and talking to everybody. It's nice to feel that there's a bit of a community online that you can actually have real face-to-face interactions. I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, I run a Roll20 game myself on the weekends. And it's pretty cool because I'm actually playing with my daughters, who are both away at university right now, and with 2 friends of mine, well, actually with 3 friends of mine who are totally on opposite ends of the country. 2 of those 3 friends are 2 friends of mine from high school who I used to game with. So the fact that we can all get together, for 3 hours on a Sunday and actually sit down and, yak and make jokes and play D&D is pretty cool. So, yeah, it's a really cool thing what you guys are doing here. So wish you luck with it, and hope to be back.
Anytime.
All right, so go ahead, Joe. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying anytime Scott wants to jump in, I'll just step out. If the call's full, like Scott's joining, all right, I'm out. And Scott's gonna hang out, all right, I'll just listen. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you for that, Scott. Again, you're welcome to jump into the after hours party if you'd like. Otherwise, if you got to bounce, you got to bounce.
Yeah, I think I'll have to check out, but thanks for the invite.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah, okay. Take care, everybody.
All right, Ty.
All right.
I'm actually gonna skip you too.
Okay.
And here's why, though. You brought us, Scott, So for tonight, I'm going to save the best for last. How's that make you feel, Ty? Awesome. All right. So let's see here. That leaves David and Joe. I guess I'll go with David. He's put in some work lately.
Only a little.
All right, so my shout outs are going to be to Joe and Brennan for definitely having me on and bringing me into the channel. That's definitely a big thing. Thank you guys. I can't thank you enough. Next is Scott for joining us and Ty for bringing him in. That's really freaking awesome. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Ethereal because he's going to be joining me for my Thursday 5e game every other Thursday. And yeah, you can check that out on my channel, Reaper3119, and it might possibly be on Dice&Decks if I can convince Brennan to allow me to upload it there. So yeah.
Absolutely. You can find all of David's content right here on our site too, or everything he's willing to post.
And that is my shout out.
Thanks for that, David. Like I said, we're going to be doing the after hours call, so if you'd like to stick around for that, we'll post the link in the family page. Joe, you are second fiddle, so why don't you go ahead and play us a tune?
Well, I rolled a 7, and if you really want to hear the tunes that I can spout out, definitely check us out on the one-shots because I get to sing. And actually I sing on command at some points in our campaign. So there's that, or maybe nobody will watch our campaigns ever again. But no, I just tonight has been insane, and I just want to say thank you to everyone that has been a part of it. Andrew from Downforge Cast, Scott, Gray. I mean, just the fact that we have some, just the experience of somebody who has actually been part of creation of everything that we enjoy and everything that we love. It's just been incredible. I mean, it's just insane how 2 weeks ago I had nothing to do on Friday nights besides play Friday Night Magic, and I enjoy that as well. But now I'm hanging out with people that I've never met before and having a great time talking with them and learning from everybody. I just can't express how grateful I am to everybody that's been a part of it, and I have no other words. It's just been amazing, and it's just been the best week of my adult life, trying to learn what I can learn and doing all these other things. It's just been incredible. And Brendan, I want to thank you for incorporating me in all the stuff we've collaborated on and all the things we've shared, and trying to involve other people in our conversation, in the conversation, which is the stuff that you enjoy in life. And that's been really what we've been doing. So, I'm just going to say thank you to everyone that's been watching and being a part of it. So thank you. That's all I got.
Awesome. Thanks for strumming up that tune. All right, Ty, you win the pleasure of going last. Of course, just before me, but still, best of the panel for last. Right. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I will definitely send out a gigantic shout out to Scott Fitzgerald Gray for being here tonight. It was really a fluke. I did not have that planned. Scott and I both happened to be on the Facebook at the same time earlier tonight, and I knew Scott was a good guy, so I just thought, what the heck, I'll hit him up and see if he's interested. And sure enough, he was definitely interested. So it was fantastic to have him here. And I'll repeat, he is a heck of a writer. Anybody who's a fantasy or science fiction fan, look up his personal material there, his own writing material there online. You will not be disappointed. And of course, if you're a D&D fan, you probably already have some of the material he's worked on. I also want to throw out a shout out to Atomic Empire, which is the closest gaming store to me, the one I go to. It's in Durham, North Carolina. They've got everything to do with games, hobbies, collectibles, comic books. the place is huge. They host tons of games. They carry books, including mine. I believe they have even some of Scott Gray's books. I'll have to double check the next time I'm in there. And I'll sign off for tonight then.
Actually, before you do that, Ty, I just have a question. For days I've been looking at your background. It's not as cool as Joe's background. It's not as boring as mine. But I noticed that you have this little cupboard behind your head. And I'm pretty sure I see the title City of Rogues. Am I right on that? Do you happen to know the guy who wrote that book? I was looking at the name on that book, and it looks familiar to me.
Yes. See if I can do that, or somehow. Yes, that's mine. Does that show up reversed to you guys?
No, it looks good to us.
Oh, okay, it's reversed to me. It must be because I have the dice thing up or something. But yeah, that was the first novel I ever completed.
Published author, people. That's what we're shooting for here for some of us.
And it's the first of, gosh, I don't know. I probably have at least a dozen novels and probably another 20 serial fiction collections or short story collections or something. I don't know. I'd have to sit down and figure it all out. But I'm not. I don't consider myself in the same class of writer as Scott Gray, for example. He's just a fantastic writer. But there's people that like my stuff, and I'm glad of it, and thankful for it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, thanks for showing that to us. I mean, that's awesome. I saw it a couple nights ago, and I was going to ask, if he wants a shout out for his own books or anything, but I think I know the answer to that. So, I wanted to make sure I gave you, the time to shout that out, because if I had a book, I don't care if it was published by I don't know, what's a Cran and Ladle book company, right? Like I would show that off every day. I'd be like, look at this, I have a book. Boom. Yeah, exactly. Hand published or whatever. I don't know, but that's awesome, Ty. Thank you for joining in the conversations with us on a lot of nights. We love having you as a member of the family, and we'll be talking more about how we can get you more involved in this than just a player if you're interested. So.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. All right. So with that, I'll do my shout-outs. It's really quick tonight. Thank you for everyone who's been joining the conversation so far. We hope you like it. We'll see you Monday night for our live session. Hopefully you're able to be there for that. That'll be over on Twitch. It's twitch.tv, Dice, and the word spelled out, A-N-D, Decks, twitch.tv /Dice&Decks. And that's pretty much it. And everyone else shouted out to the other people, but I feel that I have to do it. Thank you, Andrew Armstrong, a.k.a. Dawn Forgecast, for stopping by. Thank you, Scott Fitzgerald Gray, for stopping by. I can't even, I feel like I'm dreaming, and this is just me talking about what my dream was right now. I lived it, it's happened, it's done. But I know that I'm not, because, well, let's just say I know that I'm not. That's it, guys. Dice and Decks, signing off.